March 2026. I request everyone to kindly rise and join us in singing the Nadagite as a mark of respect and unity. May I request all the dignitaries to come and take their seats on the dais, please?
Play ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರು
Thank you, everyone. I now call upon Amrita and team to kindly come forward and present the invocation song.
Last year audio. Mic
Marami Mahaganapatim Manasa Marami Mahaganapatim Manasa Marami Mahaganapatim Manasa Marami Mahaganapatim Manasa Marami Vasishta Vamadevadi Vandita Mahaganapatim Mahadeva Sutam Mahadeva Sariram. Sasani ni pani sani pa mari gama pa pani pa sani pa gani sani pa re sani pa ma sani pa ma gari ri gari sa Mahakavya Natakadi Priyam Mahakavya Natakadi Priyam Mushika Vahana Modaka Priyam Mahakavya Natakadi Priyam Mushika Vahana Modaka Priyam Mahaganapatim Manasa Smarami Mahaganapatim Manasa Smarami Mahaganapatim. Thank you, team. It is my honor to invite our respected principal, Dr. Raghukumara N., to deliver the welcome address and to introduce the distinguished guests of the day. Over to you, sir.
ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ನಿಮಿಷ ಆಗ್ತದ.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty members, researchers, faculty fellow, students and participants. A warm and pleasant morning to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you to the international conference on navigating the Nexus, FinTech innovation, digital transformation, sustainability, and society in globalized world, organized by the B.M.S College for Men in collaboration with International Council of Education and training and research and training on the 4th and 5th of March 2026. We are living in era where technology advancement, global interconnectedness, and reshape every dimensions of society. FinTech is transforming financial ecosystems and expanding access. Digital transformation is redefining governance, education, healthcare, and business models. At the same time, sustainability reminds us that innovation must be ethical, inclusive, and future focused. This conference serves as a meaningful platform to deliberate on how this dynamic force intersects and how innovations can be aligned with the social responsibility and sustainable environment. With this vision in mind, it is my proud privilege to applaud and welcome the distinguished leaders and visionaries whose presence elevates this occasion. First and foremost, I extend my respectful welcome to Madam Dr. B.S. Ragini Narayan, Donor Trustee and Member Secretary B.M.S, Chairperson of B.M.S College for Women in our agency. Our visionary leadership continues to guide us institutions toward excellence and empowerment. It is my great honor to welcome our Chief Guest, Dr. Pradeep Ramat, from the Tata Institute of Social Science, Guwahati. His expertise in livelihoods, social entrepreneurship, and public policy resonates deeply with the spirit of this conference. We are deeply honored by your presence, sir. I welcome you, sir. I extend my cordial welcome to Dr. Manisha D. Bogji for this conference. I welcome you. A special word of appreciation to the convener of this conference, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi ma'am. I welcome you. I warmly welcome to the trustees the director, sister institutions principals, academic leaders, and administrators of the B.M.S Education Trust, and sister institutions for their encouragement and guidance. I also extend my heartfelt welcome to our faculty members, HODs of various departments, and students. May this conference inspire collaboration, innovations, and responsible progress towards sustainable and inclusive future. Once again, I welcome you all and wish the conference grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our respected principal, Dr. Raghukumara, and to this program as well. Welcome to you, sir. I now request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward and light the ceremonial lamp, symbolizing the dispelling of ignorance and the ushering in the knowledge and wisdom. I invite you all to join us for this auspicious beginning.
ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಲೈಟ್ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ. ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಯಾರೋ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರು ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದು ಹಿಂತಿರುಗಿ ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ.
Thank you, dignitaries. We now request the dignitaries to release the souvenir of the conference titled International Multidisciplinary Conference themed Navigating the Nexus, FinTech Innovation, Digital Transformation, Sustainability, and Society in a Globalized World in collaboration with ICERT.
ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಲೈಟ್ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಹಾಕಷ್ಟೇ ಇದೀರಿ, ವೆಯ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಿಧಾನ ತುಂಬ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ, ಲೈಟ್ ಅಂತ ಉಳ್ಳಗಡ್ಡ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡಲ್ಲ. ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ
ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಅವರು ಲಿಂಕ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್
ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡ್ತೀಯ, ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ನೋಡ್ತೀಯ.
I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please assemble at the center of the stage for an official photograph.
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ
ಯಾರು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ
ಪೋಡಿಯಂ
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ, ಅದು ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಕೇಳುತ್ತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಮೂವ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
Thank you, dignitaries. I now request our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Pradeep Ramawat J, Chairperson, Center for Livelihoods and Social Entrepreneurship, School of Social Work, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Guwahati, Assam, to kindly deliver the inaugural address. Over to you, sir.
ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಂದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಸಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಇದೆ ಇದು ಸಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಇದೆ ಮೋಡಿಯಂ ಸಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಇದೆ ಸರಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೀತೀವಿ ಅವರು ಬೇಗ ಮಾಡಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್
Very good morning and ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಾ
See, ಇವತ್ತು ನನ್ನ topic, today's my topic is on FinTech innovation, digital transformation, sustainability and society in a globalized world. I'm actually struggling to comprehend this. Why? Because I started my career as a student sitting in a interior village in Shumaga district in a Kannada medium school. And now after this 40 years of journey, I travel across and then I am teaching in a institution like my medium of instruction is English. And most of the students like who come to those institutions are from elite families. I was with Azim Premji University, the National Hospital of India University, now with Tata Institute of Social Sciences. But at the end of the day, what resonates us and then what brings us all over here is the last bit which we want to discuss is on sustainability and society in a globalized world.
ಸರ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್
We started with our Nadagite and I was remembered about my childhood days.
Is she there?
That is the time when we all are waiting to assemble and then try to sing that song and then try to find a lot of joy in it. And we would have been playing, we would have been doing a lot of other fun activities, but at the end of the day, we all resonated for the Nadagite. And I think after 5-6 years of gap, I'm getting again opportunity. Then I was like, when this song was being played, I was also like recollecting those lines and the words which I used to sing in my school days. I found that a lot of paragraphs have been reduced because we want to make it little crisp and then want to communicate what message is required. Why I am starting with this unusual location is, we are now discussing this important thematic in a context which is very rapidly changing. I should say like within millisecond, the context is changing. And that is where we have to understand that where our humanity is trying to look at this whole aspect of sustainability. For me, sustainability is when I try to locate, a lot of international documents try to define them, and then majorly the UN-led organizations try to give a very elaborate articulation of what is sustainability. When I try to locate what is sustainability in my local language or my own village, at the end of the day, you don't find a word. Maybe in Kannada, in the official transactions, we'll use the word called Sustirate. When I ask what is Sustirate, my grandfather and my grandmother, they'll not be able to say what is Sustirate. For them, most of the time, when I ask about this whole concept of sustainability, when I start giving the example, they'll all say like very simple things. This is all about life, Baduku, Kelsa, those kind of things. Word gets translated. So why I am trying to emphasize on the whole concept of sustainability is, as I'm saying that the technological innovations are accelerating at a rapid pace, and the whole policy architecture at which we want to look at what kind of transformations are taking place, who is leading those transformative changes, who is going to be getting impacted with these kind of technological innovations are very important questions to be addressed. One of the important scholar, Amartya Sen, when he's trying to look at the technology as the enabler, he looks at how much it is able to enhance the capabilities of freedom of the individual. Give a demonstration. Now it has become a common sense for us that a vegetable vendor or a person who is a gig worker, like who uses this platform, UPI platform and the financial transactions, like he uses very quickly. When I went to Assam 5 years back, many of the vegetable vendors post-COVID are very skeptical of using these platforms. Now, when I go there, when I want to give the cash to them, they tell that like, no, like you transact to this particular UPI platform, we don't want cash. So within this 5 years, the meaning of money, the meaning of transaction, the value like which has created in the life of those people has significantly changed. The question has to be asked, when we went for these digital transactions, particularly emphasizing more on the FinTech innovations. When I say FinTech innovations, let us look at what is a common or layman's understanding of the FinTech. For him, at the end of that, it all translates to Google Pay, or for students, it might translate to Phone Pay, Google Pay, something of that sort. And at the policy level, when we are trying to articulate what all these conversations are about, they're all about looking at digitalization of large amount of data and then trying to understand how they can transform our economy and then what impact they are going to create on our economy, GDP. A transaction which is happening at the local level by the vegetable vendor, like how it is going to impact at the end of the day our global position, or whether we are able to have more GDP and those kind of conversations. So today, like if you look at, we are going through an interesting context where war has become the jargon of the day. So everybody is conversing about the war because directly or indirectly, we are going to be impacted for this. But to give a demonstration, most of the farmers in Mandya, like who are producing eggs and then the ghee and then the people like who are producing the flowers in Devanahalli, vegetables which are being grown, huge amount of these vegetables, eggs which have been grown by our farmers in Karnataka are being said that now they will not qualify to be exported. So they are all will be like distributed in the local market. So where all these consignments were going, for the Bengaluru International Devanahalli Airport to most of these Saudi countries and then to the US destinations, European destinations they were going. By this war now, because of this intervention of the war, we are saying that our farmers will not be able to get the fair price because most of these commodities like which are going to those destinations, people were not paid the advance money. People will get the money like only when the commodities have been sold in the international market, then they'll get their reimbursements. So now, what is going to happen? So the eggs which have been produced for the international standards and quality, now the option left for those egg producers is to sell at the local level. So infuse more egg into the local economy. In our culture now, because it's a summer days, like we can't have more eggs. It's related to heat. It produces heat. It should not consume more eggs. And since the Ramadan month is also there, like the communities will also there, will not take more eggs, right? So where all these eggs will go now? So either like you have to process these eggs and then keep it ready for something else, or like we'll be able to say that no, now I'll be selling it at a very low cost. So how this transformation has taken place by the innovations which have changed rapidly our thinking about the transactions. Earlier, our transactions were mostly physical, and when these transactions were happening, government used to play a huge role in these exports and import activities. Now, because of innovations on financial platforms, we have seen that these now translated to digital transactions and then order which are getting placed from the international overseas markets. The government has withdrawn its role from the producer, distributor to more of a regulatory kind of position. You would have seen what happened during this whole Indigo crisis, right? The government said that I'm a regulator. I'm not a supplier or provider. I'm not responsible for like what is happening. Government took the responsibility very later because the government role, like if you look at after we got our independence, government was trying to act as supplier and manufacturing of technology and technological related goods. If you look at our own growth story, our growth trajectory, we looked at the whole public sector undertakings were trying to take the leadership position, like when it comes to technological innovations and technological. Still, like we have a lot of faith and also the demonstrations in the public sector. If you look at an agency like Antrix, which is an arm of ISRO, where you follow all sort of reservations and everything, but still like it is the one of the top performing institutions in the world in terms of its profit, in terms of its delivery, right? One of the false promises, like we saw that because you have reservation systems that is reducing efficiency in the public system. That is one of the false are like without empirical evidence, which the narrative got created. And then slowly, like we started trying to disinvest our sector, saying that these sectors are becoming inefficient. Like we also had a phase like where we looked at whole phase where a government itself is voluntarily creating a ministry called Ministry of Disinvestment. Till the time we never heard about a ministry like which is going to disinvest the sectors which are created in the public domain. So after creation of the Ministry of Disinvestment, we started like selling whatever like was existing with the public sector undertakings. But now the challenge is very interesting. Whichever firms which were undergoing losses, they were being made to be sold in the open market. So now I would have spoken on 3-4 important points, not directly speaking on the fintech innovations and digital transformation. I started with this very unusual context of what sustainability means to me. Then I am speaking about the public sector undertakings, how they played an important role in the technological transformation. Now I'm speaking about some concerns about our own producers, farmers, and then how it is going to impact our own people. Now, like if you ask government of India, like will you want to like sell Antrix? Even government of India say that I want to sell Antrix because it makes multi-billion-dollar, like which is having the competition to do with maybe SpaceX or NASA. Like it competes with those kind of companies. But the government of India will not be able to sell that because the dynamics is set forth that people say that like it becomes very controversial subject for them. Why I am highlighting this is that we saw the role of the state more in the format of a policy leader in terms of visualizing for newer technological innovations and then making technology more in the hands of the people, and then people will be able to understand how technology should become an enabler. I give an example, a country like Japan, which went for digitalization of its classroom and the introduction of the computer-led learning at the very earlier stages. Before like computer entered into our university system or our colleges, the computers were already there into their classroom. Later on, like they understood that these computers, rather than enhancing the creativity of the students, the people, the students are becoming the slave of these technological innovations. So let us go for our traditional methods of learning. Basically, like let us use this more of hand, heart, and then mind kind of thing, and let the technology come later. Now, if you go for many of these advanced countries, like their education system, like we say that performing far better than any other countries, Finland, or Japan, or Netherlands, wherever like you go, they basically like speak about more about human to human interactions and then people to people interactions. That is their whole visualization of this whole idea of sustainability. Sustainability is what? It's in terms of my beloved writer and poet Devanur Mahadeva. Sustainability is about relationships. Sustainability is about our own nature. Sustainability is about how we live very closely with our family, our community, and then how we live very closely with our own society, and then how do we connect with larger society and then our own nation state, whether we belong over here. Now, let me ask whether fintech innovations have helped us. The answer is yes and no, because it helps us to live very closely, care for our own communities and then our own families. My friends like who were in Kuwait and then in Abu Dhabi and then in my friends in Doha, Qatar, they used to transfer money within milliseconds. They used to transfer the money within milliseconds from Doha, Qatar. Used to come to interior places in Gulbarga, Raichur, like where their parents are residing, and they used to receive it. So the parents are very happy that children are like able to take care of them. Earlier, it used to take ages for you to like get some wealth or some money and then give in the hands of your parents, because like you would have traveled a long distance for this kind of thing. But now the technological innovation has helped you definitely to make sure that the digital transactions happens at a very rapid pace, whether it is a vegetable vendor, whether it is an informal worker. Very interesting phase we have seen. The whole informal economy, which is dominated by farmers, rural artisans, the women farmers, and people like who are part of the self-help groups. Now, because of the FinTech, we see that like they're all started like organizing on a platform. So an unorganized sector getting in the hands of an organized economy. But like now there is a stake about large amount of data in the hands of multinational corporations. We also have seen this recent debate around the protection of personal data, that government is arguing that your personal data is here for creating of the public policy innovation. So basically, like your data, when it goes to the platforms like Uber, Ola, or Zomato, Swiggy, you say that my data is with them and they are going to make business out of it. Government says that no, it's not like that. We are here to understand the behavior of the individual so that like we can create smarter policies and more integrative policies and kind of. For example, like whether the data on the Zomato, Uber, Ola will help us to design better transportation policies or not. But now we are seeing Bangalore being the technological hub, where almost 40% of one third of startups are over here in Bangalore, and Bangalore is also one of the favorite destinations for the global players for investment. And also, like we have more than 40 unicorns, but like still we are not able to resolve our problems such as traffic. The problems of the traffic jams, over congestion and kind of thing. Now we are saying that why our data, which is hands of the multinational corporations, in turn government can access it very easily at any point of time, these data. Why we are not able to understand this whole concept of congestions, aggregations, and then why we are not able to resolve such problems. I think these questions will need to be addressed. And then let us think about sustainable transportation system, sustainable production systems. I think those are the innovations which are required. So we started with what we call digital public infrastructure, which is there in the place, which we have laid out with very carefully. We have laid out, our policies are also very strong, but we are also prone for many of these digital scams. And then these days, like we are also like looking at large scale Hawala transactions are taking place on the digital platforms, the same platforms which are helping us to reform, bringing a lot of transparency. These platforms are utilized by the criminal and then mafia network to do the criminal transactions, whether drug trade, illicit liquor, or whether investing on the war. So we also like understand now many of the companies on which like we do digital transactions. These companies are also investing on the war, in the sense they're investing on the arms, ammunition, and kind of. So one of the examples with Dr. Ambedkar was saying that never ever try to privatize insurance, education sector, and then also health systems. So he was saying that privatization should not be in the hands of multinational corporations. You want to privatize it, give it to the local philanthropists, and then also like people who are concerned for those communities. For example, the founders of the B.M.S. Institutions have a vision, and these are the people like who looked at the education challenges locally, and then were trying to look at the benefit for the larger community, not only like looking at the profit. That is where like we are trying to see that value creation to any of these innovations should be looked at from the 3 points. Value creation not only in the points of the monetary value creation, but whether we have created the values such as building up the relations of the people, whether like we are looking at the values of the sustainability through the environment, nature, like where we are located. I think we are drastically failing in creation of the values. We are creating a lot of values, financial values for our own self. We are creating a lot of values for our personal self. But when we look at what kind of values like we are trying to teach to my own, my next generation, there are almost, I think, 60 to 70 paddy varieties which were there in Bangalore platform. Bangalore platform in the sense, there are, each lake had a name of the paddy. For example, Hebbal rice is a paddy variety because Hebbal lake was there, the paddy variety which was grown, which was known as Hebbal 1. 60, 70 paddy variety existed in the platform like where we are located, in this Bangalore location. Now we traverse across, you will just see the layouts, and then it reminds us whenever the flooding is happening in the Bangalore, saying that no, it's not your layout, it is the lake which the earth, your mother earth owned. So one of the questions like we have to ask, fair enough, we thought about making and value creation for our own self. So now we transact the land by going to the sub-register office and then transact the money, and then the land land right exists with me, that I have purchased this land. Now one can ask the question, on the earth, do this Mother Earth has some land in her name? Mother Earth, she has, the entire earth belongs to her. But like when you go back and ask question, do you have a land in your name? She might say that everything is sold off by my children, right? Nothing left for me. What she is saying is very interesting. That's the whole notion of sustainability and the connection with the this whole globalized world. where is the earth for her, and which Salumar the Timaka thought about, that she never had a children, and then she thought that all these trees will serve as her children. The value creation for her throughout her life is growing of the trees. Why I'm saying this, most of my friends, whether Nitin Kamath or Nikhil Kamath or this Zoho creator Wembu, most of my friends who are into these fintech technologies and digital platforms, at the end of the day, you go and then ask them what they want to do. Now they all say that like we want to retire in the farm, we want to retire in the forest creation. For example, Nitin Kamath and then Nikhil Kamath, they are saying that the Rainmaker Foundation. This is like we are going to invest a lot. Now most of the people like who are crazily acting on this platform, creating a lot of values for the country, creating values for the individuals. Now everybody thinks through the whole idea of the relationship with the soil, relationship with the nature, relationship with the future generations. I think this is because the land on which we are standing, it thinks through transformation basically related to mother, nature, and the earth. That is where our constitutional preamble also says equity, liberty, fraternity, whatever these larger aspirations, that is where like I think we belong. For me, for this conference, because this conference is being organized by very respected institution. Like in my childhood, I would have thought about that I will do my engineering from this college, but I was not able to do it because I was not able to score those many points, marks at that point in time. But now when I'm standing over here, I say that I belong to this soil because I always, I'm able to listen to like what is happening in this society, and then what is happening in this society is largely about conversations about this Mother Earth and the nature around us. So for me, at the end of the day, what matters as sustainability is our water, our language, our people, and our own culture, because all the production system on which you have these financial technology has a major implications, whether agriculture, sericulture, horticulture, floriculture. You can see this whole floriculture. So you can order it online. All this culture, this all culture comes up with a value called relationships. These relationships are very important. Are we connected with this people like who are growing these flowers? I think we are not connected with them. We just like buy them on a platform. Whether we are connected with the food like which is supplied to us on the Zomato or other platforms, we are not connected to them, like how they manufacture, we don't know. I think this is the time that we ask our students. That is where I come from, the specialization of livelihood and social entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is not market oriented, entrepreneurship is society oriented. So a small canteen like where somebody would have done this Karamandeki or maybe dosa, Vidyarthi Bhavan, why we go is that relationship which is being built, that quick transaction which happens in terms of relationship. I think building relationship is the most important value creation. So we, no doubt, we will grow. We will reach into what is being dreamt about Viksit Bharat by 2047 or whatever. We will all reach over there because the founders of India's constitution have dreamt about India's sustainability through a very robust participation of the people into it. No doubt we will go there. We will transform ourselves into one of the stronger nations, not because that we are technologically very strong, not because that we have weapons, not because that like we will have a lot of arms and ammunitions to give to the world. So the morality and ethics is very simple. We are the people like who, at the end of the day, will go to the world and then tell who's Buddha, who's Gandhi. If you look at the war on Vietnam, the morality is simple. The whistleblower over there, Daniel Ellsberg, was deeply influenced by Buddha and then Gandhi. If you look at what are the philosophies which influenced him to leak the papers from the Washington, this White House was very simple. But he said that silence becomes betrayal whenever like we have to care about our nation, our country, and kind of. Here is the time we have to speak truth, and if not directly, I think metaphorically, all of us are capable of doing that, and then our students are also intelligent. And they are also like in the generation like where they're listening to the Zen stories, they are listening to a lot of moral and ethical constructs, not directly. There are a lot of ways to tell these transformative stories. Let us speak about these transformative journeys, transformative stories. For example, my teacher, Kotegani Ramaya, he says that Nelaguru, I don't think like you'll find any equivalent meaning into it, because those civilizations might not have understanding about what is Nelagurutu. Nelagurutu, I think some other day like we'll discuss about it. For me, Nelagurutu is most important if you are speaking about sustainability in this globalized world. And for us, digital transformations are not about data. They are not about data sets. They are not about AI. They are more about ethics. How much ethics we are able to understand, how much of morality, what kind of morals we speak. At the end of the day, we all speak the same language. If I think India is mostly respected on the international platform, it's because of the value like it brings on the table, values of love, equality, fraternity, and we the people of India. So that is where like it all starts. Because there is this popular saying, no, that the whole world is going through an interesting crisis, that we all have emotions of Paleolithic age. Our institutions have become medieval, and then there is something called God-like technology. God is a technology. Technology is a God, like the metaphors are being used. We are going through the phase. So my humble request is to let us have faith in us and let us build.
Very difficult position. What's your take on how he is managing this situation?
Yeah, I think he's making the best of it. Yeah, he's certainly not alone in trying very hard to win favor with Donald Trump, only to be then spurned later on. We've seen it in the US with various Republican politicians, for example, Congresswoman Aisha Stefanik and others.
40% of our land is dry. If you split that seed, it will not grow because there is no water. One has to think about conserving of the water, humus, and preserving of the most precious values of how we work closely with the nature. Here it's a time we have to ask the question whether my FinTech or whether my digital transformation which is being done, is it trying to preserve the water, my nature, my society kind of thing. Because now as I'm speaking, as our mobile phones are operating, large amount of water is being used to cool those data systems, those machines, because I'm not a person from a technology background, but I'm a person like to look at the rationale of technology in our society. The rationale of technology in our society is more about building relationships and then not creating those divisions. And, let us rebuild and rethink about our own presence over here. As I'm saying that most of the friends like who were saying that we are billionaires to earn this money through tech platforms and digital platforms, at the end of the day, everybody visualizes that we'll go back to our farm and do little bit of farming, be with the nature. Let us think about whether we are able to address these issues of these flower growers over here, egg manufacturers, street vendors, vegetable vendors. So I'm just living with a lot of unanswered puzzles. I'm not here to answer the questions. It's mostly like debate and dialogue. This conference should be able to throw light, and then you should be able to debate intellectually. Make the problems as the center of the discussions. We have this habit that for everything like we go on giving the solutions. Let us remember that in a complex society like us, the solution given today will be the biggest problem tomorrow. We have seen the examples through technological innovations such as green revolution, how it became a headache now. Whatever technological innovations come, they come with a value, both positive value, positive externalities and negative externalities. Let us be like very conscious about that. Let us think about how it is going to help us, whether it is going to help us to protect our identity. If it is not going to protect our identity as Kannadigas, as Indians, as the people like who belong, like I belong from Shimoga, I belong from a Banjara Kandan kind of thing, it's not going to help. I was just like speaking to an AI, and I was asking AI whether you were able to create a song because I wanted to make a song out of it. It just said that give me a lyrics, I'll do it. For the same lyrics, I was like going around with my teachers like Hamsaleka and then Kalyan, most of the people, can we come? They were all like, what the hell is you writing? Like, can't you write something serious? Then now there is some app, Snow AI, where like I created within a fraction of a second, like I got the song. If I get an opportunity, can I play it over here? I think it's a minute and then I conclude from there. I'll put it. So I conclude, I think maybe later also it could be good. I just conclude saying that thank you very much for inviting me. I don't know how many of the concerns are these things are able to integrate into it. It's a vast thematic. I would request all of you, let us invest ourselves in the discussions for these 2 days. And I'll be looking forward for the proceedings of this important event. It should have a global impact in terms of deliberations which are going to happen over here. I'm grateful for the B.M.S College of Women and the B.M.S Education Trust and International Council for Education Research and Training, especially he's like my teacher, in the sense, the friend who introduced me was Lakshmipati, like he's my teacher, so he's my teacher, like Raghu Kumar. So he has invited me. I'm grateful to him for inviting me here. Thank you very much. I'll just give this song, maybe like later also it could be played. It's a very simple minute composition. Just like summarizes like what I was trying. Without wasting time.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. I now request Dr. Marina Arnaut, Assistant Professor, Dubai Business School, University of Dubai, to deliver the keynote address. Ma'am will be joining us online.
Yes. Uh, can you hear me? I'm afraid that the connection could be unstable now. Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, that's great. Because the connection is not really good nowadays. So good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I'm currently located in Dubai, and as you know, it's not an easy times, but I will try to deliver uninterrupted presentation which is related to the women entrepreneurship challenges, a systematic review. We conducted with my co-author a systematic literature review for the presentation, and it take us about 10 years to it takes the 10 years period to collect the data from 2012 to 2022. So here we will discuss what are the challenges women entrepreneurs currently facing, and how these challenges can be resolved, or what are the recommendations for this. So economic and social impact, it is one of the important factors when women entrepreneurs significantly contribute to economic growth and social development worldwide. And there is a background for this, because historically women, they are at home and they are not bounded to the time, particularly in Middle East, so they can create a lot of time where they can be innovative and creative for the businesses. Persistent challenges usually the current women entrepreneurs facing, it is structural, cultural, and institutional barriers that limit business growth and sustainability for women-led enterprises. And basically, we will discuss today these barriers, and we will look at some recommendations done in order to overcome these barriers. Research and evidence shows that for the period of 2012 and 2022, as I mentioned, we collected a lot of literature which we're looking through in order to highlight the global patterns and challenges in women entrepreneurship, which resulted basically just for 36 studies which we could extract from the overall literature review. Policy and Reform Foundation provide, as per the findings, provide a basis for policy and institutional reforms to enhance women's entrepreneurial outcomes. So let me try and move forward in terms of discussing the global importance of women entrepreneurs. First of all, as I highlighted, it is the economic role of women entrepreneurs, because this role is significantly organized around the contribution to the job creation. Women-led enterprises, initially they were created around such kind of, oh, the slides disappeared. They were created around primarily very small businesses, like for instance it is let's say creation of beauty salon or bakeries, or related to the education like nurseries or primary schools. However, nowadays, with the growth of technology, it is very important to mark the role of women contribution to the economic. It is their involvement into the technology. My apologies that seems disappearing, the slides. So the second one is impact in particular developing countries. The interesting fact was developed that basically I want to say that why we resulted just in the 36 papers highlighting the importance of women entrepreneurs. It is because majority of papers are looking into the Western countries where the woman entrepreneurship is more economically and governmentally supported institution-wise. However, there is a very small amount of papers related to the entrepreneurship among women from the global south particularly. And there is an explanation, because there is a high impact on women entrepreneurship from the historical and cultural point of view. Women-owned businesses help to reduce poverty and support community development in emerging economies. Challenges and constraints often face barriers that limit growth, requiring target support and inclusive policies. The governments are urged, and policymakers to reconsider the application of women entrepreneurs for the financial loans and their involvement in the country's economy, because the job creation market is growing basically every year from the businesses related to the women entrepreneurs. Also, it is very important to stress here about the need for inclusive ecosystems, building resilient entrepreneurs ecosystems is essential to fully leverage women's economic contribution. Research background. Basically, what motivated us to conduct the research about women entrepreneurs, particularly related to the global South arena. First of all, there is a very huge tendency nowadays in evolution of research focus. Women entrepreneurship research shifted from individual traits to structural and institutional influences over the world. And limitations in past studies, as I said previously, that they were limited mainly by geographical scope, which discuss in particular Western countries and from Western Europe and from the United States and Canada. It has very small samples and very narrow methodologies. Now, this systematic review approach is currently used for this article, uses a systematic review to integrate diverse global perspectives and disciplines. Now, if we will look at the study objectives and scope, we can see that objective focus was to identify key challenges faced by women entrepreneurs globally over 10 years to highlight persistent barriers. And this methodological overview touches basis of empirical studies from the Scopus database between 2012 and 2022. It was systematically reviewed to synthesize findings effectively. Thematic categorization. The findings were organized into major thematic areas to clearly indicate where interventions are needed most urgently by the various institutions and governmental organizations. So the scope and relevance, the study scopes target for policymakers mainly, institutions and researchers for gender inclusive entrepreneurship development. Now I would like to speak about the research methodology and to discuss briefly the systematic review design. I just will try to make the full screen. Oh, it appears again. Thank you. So the systematic review methodology uses systematic review guided by protocols like PRISMA and MOOS to ensure transparency and rigor. Synthesis of the research comprises systematic reviews, synthesize fragmented research, and identify overarching trends within the field. How we achieve the bias minimization? It is through predefined inclusion and exclusion criteria we achieve to minimize bias and enhance reliability of findings. To achieve the credibility and future research, methodological rigor strengthens credibility and provides a robust reference for future studies on women entrepreneurship. Data sources and criteria were chosen, as I said previously, from the Scopus database and its wide coverage of peer-reviewed journals across various disciplines. The selection criteria was based on only English language peer review articles from the period 2012 to 2022 and included for relevance and consistency. Exclusion of non-peer reviewed like conference proceedings and book series were excluded to maintain academic quality in the analysis. So the finding sample size, as I mentioned, it is 36 articles addressing the challenges of women entrepreneurs were selected for the detailed analysis. Now, let's overview the key findings. Emergence of core themes. After we reviewed thoroughly these 36 papers, we came here for the core prominent themes which are highlighted here in this slide. First of all, the low involvement of women entrepreneurship in the entrepreneurial innovative activities is highlighted as the gender discrimination. Gender discrimination acts as a pervasive barrier affecting women entrepreneurs at multiple societal levels worldwide. Still, unfortunately, we have the predominance of the mindset that women's place is in the kitchen. And this is basically highlight the strong point, the strong argument of gender discrimination. Lack of skills. It is not a secret that in many countries, particularly in the emerging economies and the global south, women are still have no full access to the education. Many women are getting married, barely finishing the high school, and this preoccupation with the family and raising children eventually can distance them from obtaining the certain skills and education. A deficit in relevant skills limits entrepreneurial success and growth opportunities for women globally. Governmental constraints, regulatory and policy constraints imposed by governments restrict women entrepreneurs' business activities. For example, there are certain industries where they don't prefer to work with women and they prefer mainly to communicate and to have business with men. By the way, one of them, it is technology. Women in technology are still in minority comparatively to men. Institutional challenges, institutional hurdles such as access to finance and support service hinder women's entrepreneurship progress. Now, gender discrimination. It falls under the few categories where we can have a look at, like prevalence of gender discrimination is widespread challenge affecting 2/3 of studied cases in entrepreneurship. 2/3, it's quite a large number. Stereotypes against women entrepreneurs, which women face nowadays, questioning their competence, leadership, and credibility in business. Also, impact on opportunities and confidence. Discriminatory norms discourage women from pursuing opportunities and reduce their confidence. And also, need for cultural change. Persistent gender discrimination highlights the need for long-term cultural and institutional reforms. Impact on gender discrimination on business outcomes. funding challenges, women entrepreneurs show significant funding gaps due to biased investor and financial institution perception. Impact on business growth. Limited access to capital restricts women's ability to scale businesses and invest in innovation. Psychological effects. Gender discrimination impacts motivation and psychological well-being, reducing entrepreneurial success. And finally, need for policy change. Policy-level interventions and institutional shifts are essential to address gender discrimination impacts. Nowadays, we call institutions in every governmental sector to review their policies regarding the gender discrimination. Now, skills and human capital constraints. Lack of entrepreneurial skills. One of the misconceptions here is that the women cannot be good leaders because they don't have skills, they don't have certain education, etc. Create the skills gap barrier. Limited technical, managerial, and marketing skills hinder women's entrepreneurial success and business growth. Access to education. Many women have limited access to formal education and business training, restricting their growth opportunities. Confidence and marketing navigation. Inadequate skills reduce women's confidence to effectively compete in the market and manage businesses. Most of women there who start their entrepreneurial enterprises, they are self-educated in terms of how to lead people, how to market their products, and sometimes it is limited to just one woman show. Enhancing human capital. Improving women's skills and education is crucial to achieve better entrepreneurial outcomes and success, which can be achieved through various seminars like ours, for example, through various educational courses and training programs. Role of education and training. Entrepreneurship education provides women crucial skills in financial management. And all of us know that how many businesses fails due to the poor financial planning. Education provides also skills for the strategic planning and business success and marketing strategies. Adaptations through training, targeting the appropriate training programs is absolute importance to enhance women's ability to adapt technological and market changes effectively. Government support and the impact on education and training for women entrepreneurs, it is very difficult to underestimate. Government-supported education programs significantly reduce failure rates in women-owned enterprises. Governmental constraints. What kind of governmental constraints the contemporary women entrepreneurship is facing nowadays? Or better to say, for the period of the 10 years which we explored the literature, but still, even nowadays, the women experience the same or very similar governmental constraints. Restrictive regulations, the government policies often restrict women entrepreneurs with exclusive rules and complex administrative steps. We call for the facilitation of the administrative steps, particularly in obtaining licenses and leading their business procedures, to facilitate these steps and to provide some kind of grace period sometimes when it's needed. Challenges in compliance. Women face difficulties with licensing, taxation, and compliance which hinder the business growth. Need to streamline policies. Simplifying regulatory frameworks is vital to foster a supportive environmental conditions for women-led businesses. Need for gender-sensitive policies. This recommendation has gained a very strong support among women entrepreneurs based on our literature review. Tailored support programs, funding schemes, advisory services, and mentoring programs should address specific needs of women entrepreneurs to empower them effectively. Government and financial role. Governments coordinate with financial institutions how to improve women's access to capital and reduce financial barriers. Next one is economic development impact. Gender-sensitive policies support entrepreneurs while contributing to broader economic growth and involvement goals. Collaborative policy approach. Reducing systemic barriers require collaboration between policymakers, institutions, and entrepreneurs for effective outcome. Institutional challenges. Institutional challenges, as per our results, are mainly limited to financial and credit institution. Collateral requirements barrier. Strict collateral demands by financial institutions limit loan access for many entrepreneurs, especially women lacking assets. Gender-based financial constraints. Women entrepreneurs face compounded challenges due to limited asset ownership and institutional biases in credit systems, and need for institutional reform. Reforming credit institution is vital to provide equitable financial access, specifically in developing economies. Social and religious institutions. Influence of social norms is absolutely pivotal in these studies. Social and religious institutions impose cultural norms that can limit women's mobility and business participation. Impact on women autonomy. Women decision-making autonomy in entrepreneurship is often restricted by patriarchal, social, and religious structure. Need for community engagement. Community-level engagement is essential to challenge restrictive norms and promote institutional change. Synthesis and implication. As a conclusion of the synthesis of 36 papers for the period of 2012-2022, we drawn up the key conclusions which challenges faced by women entrepreneurs is gender discrimination, skill gaps, and institutional barriers limiting their success worldwide. Impact on economic development. These challenges reduce women contribution to economic growth and entrepreneurial ecosystems globally. Need for coordinated and integrated action, urgent collaboration from governments, institutions, and education sectors is crucial to support women entrepreneurs. Building inclusive systems. Addressing these challenges is key to foster inclusive and sustainable entrepreneurial systems. For the future direction of the research, we can offer the following avenues. Analyzing root causes. Research should examine underlying causes of no long-term impacts of challenges faced by women entrepreneurs. Comparative regional studies are recommended across sectors and regions to reveal important contextual differences affecting women entrepreneurs. Impact of global disruptions. To investigate effects of global disruptions like pandemic in women entrepreneurship and business resilience. And longitudinal policy assessment evaluates the effectiveness of policies supporting women entrepreneurs over the time. Nothing stands still, and the policies have to be reformed and reformulated as well. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Well done. Yes, sir. Well done. Oh. I want to take this time to commend the effort of the presenter for giving us a very good presentation. May the Lord continue to increase in knowledge. Yes, I have only one question I want to ask. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
With regard to gender discrimination relative to entrepreneurship, which of the gender will you say is most disadvantaged or more disadvantaged than the other? And what steps can we take to actually address the issue of gender discrimination? Thank you. That's my question. I'm Dr. Rami, looking from Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Nigeria here. And the agenda, if I understood you correct, because, we have here a little bit problems with the sound and internet due to recent developments in the Middle East, military stuff. As I understood correctly, and I caught your words right, the theme for the women entrepreneurship development nowadays, it is highly scaled towards the technology. There are various themes related to the women in tech. While they were portraying women mainly creating the semi-domestic enterprises, like I said before, related to the beauty industry, to the food and beverage industry, like small bakeries. Nowadays, under the pressure of globalization and widespread of technology, the prominent theme is women in technology. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you.
All right. If there is no questions, I will give the floor to the next presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights. Before we move on to the next speaker, we'll just take a minute's time to listen to the AI-generated song, which our chief guest was mentioning about.
AI generated song. First ida. Display ಅದು ಕೊಡೋದು.
ಮಾಮೂಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಇದಾಗ್ತದೆ ಸಾಂಬಾರು. ಬಿಡಿ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹಾಕಿ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಅದು ಚೇಂಜ್
ಕೊಡಿ.
ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು
ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಹಾಕಿ
ಭಾರತಾಂಬೆ ಕನ್ನಡಾಂಬೆ ಅಹುಂದಾರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀನೇ ನನ್ನಮ್ಮ ಚಮುಂದೆ ಹಲವು ಜಾತಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಪ್ರೀತಿ
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಮಾಡಿ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು
ಕ್ಯಾಮರಾ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಇದು ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ರಿ
ಅವ್ರು ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ನಮ್ಮದಿರಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನಾಗ್ತೋ ಅದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
ಬರೋವಾಗ ನಾವು ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅದೊಂದು 1 ನಿಮಿಷ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
That was a wonderful composition done by artificial intelligence. So let's move on. Next, I would like to request Dr. Navneet Kaur, Director, ICERT, Sofia, Education and Learning Advancement Division, ICERT, to address the gathering.
Namaste, everyone. Respected Chairperson, distinguished dignitaries, global scholars, visionary leaders, and the fraternity of B.M.S College for Women, Bengaluru. It is a profound honor to share my thoughts today at this International Multidisciplinary Conference, celebrating both International Women's Day and the World Day of Social Justice. These occasions remind us that progress is meaningful only when it uplifts humanity collectively. The theme before us, navigating the nexus, FinTech innovation, digital transformation, sustainability, and society in a globalized world, is not merely academic. It is deeply moral. We are not just navigating systems, we are navigating the future of civilization. Today, technology is moving at breathtaking speed. Artificial intelligence predicts behavior. FinTech is redefining banking. Blockchain promises transparency. Digital platforms are collapsing geographical boundaries, but I invite you to pause and reflect. Are we building smart systems or wise societies? There is a difference. Smart systems optimize efficiency. Wise societies optimize dignity. Let me share this beautiful story with you. A young woman from a remote village in India once received access to digital banking through a simple mobile application. For the first time in her life, she opened her own account. She began saving small amounts from handcrafted products she sold online. Within 2 years, she funded her own education and started employing 2 other women. Technology empowered her. But what truly transformed her life was inclusive design, a system created with ethical intention. Innovation without inclusion becomes privilege. Digital growth without justice becomes imbalance. Economic expansion without sustainability becomes danger. As Mahatma Gandhiji wisely said, the future depends on what we do in the present. And Dr. B.R. Ambedkar reminded us, cultivation of mind should be the ultimate aim of human existence. These words are not historical quotes, they are contemporary warnings. We live in a hyper-connected world, yet loneliness is rising. We have advanced analytics, yet inequality persists. We have global markets, yet climate vulnerability deepens. This tells us one thing clearly: technology alone cannot heal the society. Education must guide innovation. As an educator and institutional leader, I believe that the most critical infrastructure of a nature is not digital towers or financial hubs, it is conscious minds. If we want sustainable fintech, we must teach ethical finance. If we want responsible AI, we must teach moral reasoning. If we want inclusive digital growth, we must cultivate empathy. Digital literacy without emotional literacy creates imbalance. Financial access without ethical frameworks create exploitation. And globalization without cultural sensitivity creates fragmentation. On this International Women's Day, I want to emphasize something deeply important. Women are not just participants in digital transformation, they are actually the architects of sustainable futures. When women lead innovation, finance becomes empathetic, policy becomes inclusive, growth becomes balanced, society becomes stable. Research consistently shows that organizations with diverse leadership are more resilient and more sustainable. This is not symbolic inclusion, it is a strategic necessary. Let me propose a 4-pillar framework for navigating this nexus responsibility. Innovation with integrity, that embedded ethics within algorithms and financial systems. Digital access with equity, that bridge gender and rural urban digital divides.
finance with responsibility. It aligns investment with sustainable goals and growth with gratitude. Measures success not only in GDP, but in human well-being. Sustainability is not a corporate checklist. It is intergenerational accountability. Climate change does not negotiate. Social injustice does not disappear digitally. Economic disparity does not resolve through automation. We must humanize innovation. Albert Einstein once said, concern for man and his fate must always form the chief interest of all the technical endeavors. In this era of exponential technology, the greatest danger is not technological failure, it is more disconnection. Let us not create a world that is digitally advanced but emotionally bankrupt. Let us not design algorithms that maximize profit but minimize people. Let us not measure growth in numbers while ignoring dignity. The future will not belong to the fastest innovator, it belongs to the wisest navigator. Let us become those navigators. Let us innovate with integrity. Let us lead with courage. And let us grow with gratitude. And the most important, let us ensure that technology always serves humanity, never replaces it. When history looks back at this era, may it say they did not just digitalize the world, they humanized it. With this note, I thank you all for listening to me. Namaste.
Hello, hello,
Yes, sir, you
hello.
can continue. Yes. I think the anchor of the day can take up the dice.
Can you hear me? Hello.
I can hear you. I feel there is some technical glitch from the college side. I'll request the college organizers to please, you can take up the dice and we can move ahead.
Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for your beautiful presentation. Really, the four pillars reflects a lot. I hope we all work towards building a sustainable society. And I'm really happy, like the way you started was contradicting the previous speaker who was saying the women are still not reaching to the zenith. But we are, and hope we make a remarkable change to make this society a beautiful place too. Thank you for your wonderful presentation, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I now request Dr. Amila Gamaj to take over.
Thank you. So I will share my slides.
Ma'am, I request you to address the gathering.
Yes. Give me a moment.
Able to see the screen. We could able to see the screen on.
Okay, you can see the slides, right, everyone?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, your slides are
Okay.
visible.
Okay, so good morning and good afternoon and good evening, everyone. I can see that there are many participants from around the world. So before I start this speech, I want to thank Professor Dr. Sandeep Kumar, the president of ICERT, and also the organizers for kindly inviting me to deliver this speech on this prestigious conference. Okay, today I will be talking about digital transformation, how we can achieve this digital transformation with integrity by advancing gender equity, social justice, and sustainable innovation in this era of AI and FinTech. Okay, so I'm Dr. Amila Gamge, and I'm an assistant professor of Leeds University, US, and also I serve as a director for Raffles Education Institute in Singapore. Other than that, I'm also a trainer and I deliver these workshops and training sessions. And you can see that my research interests are also focused on AI applications in business and governance. This is simply to introduce myself, and I also like that I can see all of you are from different countries. So if you like, please type your where are you joining or which country you are from in the chat box. Okay, so before I start, I like to share some cases, current cases. So the first one is from Amazon. What happened here? This Amazon case, they used AI recruiting tools. But what happened? This tool was not explicitly programmed to discriminate any gender, but the tool itself learned from, because we know the machine learning and all these things, so the tool learned from past hiring data, and it was mostly male dominated in Amazon. So what happened? As a result, women were disadvantaged by this system. So this is an example to show that how AI can even unintentionally reproduce existing inequalities. So this is one example to highlight why gender equity is very important in digital systems. And then we have another case, that is this Apple Card developed with Goldman Sachs. So what happened here? Reports show that women the women were given much lower credit limits compared to men or the men with similar financial profiles. And sometimes it was highlighted that men received around 20 times higher than the ladies. So this was again a case that highlight about gender equity and social justice. It was also highlighted not only bias, but also the lack of transparency in these fintech tools. People also don't understand how these tools were made, these decisions by the system. Therefore, these examples also highlight serious concerns on transparency and accountability that should be in our fintech tools. Once again, this case also shows that without integrity and also explainability, digital systems can also reinforce inequities that are prevailing in the society. And I have one more case. This is actually a research. This case is from the public sector in the UK. What happened here? The research done by LSE, they found that AI tools they are used by the local councils, and those tools downplayed women's health issues. And again, it's a gender equity case. And these summaries also influence care decisions. But because of the tool, AI tool, and also the issues in the bias, the results can directly affect access to these public services, especially for women. Therefore, this case also highlights the need for fairness and integrity in AI systems. And I have another case. The previous cases highlight the gender equity, importance of gender equity in our AI tools and fintech systems. And this case highlight the importance of social justice in digital systems. This is also another popular or famous case with Facebook and also Cambridge Analytica. What happened here? Those Facebook users, the personal data from millions of users was harvested without their consent. And this data was used for a political campaign and also for targeted messaging. And this case also highlights the concerns about power, manipulation, and also fairness in democracy. And on the second picture, you can see that the CEO of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, he also accepted this issue and he issued a public apology in full page newspaper advertisements because he accepted that social justice should be there in our digital systems. This case also highlights the importance of social justice in our digital systems. And then there are also many research done on this topic about gender equity and social justice in digital systems. But here I mentioned few research only. One is from UNESCO in 2023. In their research, they found that large language models or LLMs, they reinforce gender stereotypes. For example, with women, it's always home related, like women are for childcare, the cooking, or taking care of their homes. But when it comes to men, it's like strong with career advancement, achievement, and all these things. And finally, this research also highlights the importance of gender awareness in these AI designs. On the other hand, the UNESCO, OECD, and IDB in 2023, they did another research and they found that artificial intelligence also affect women's working lives. Therefore, closing these skills and access gaps is very important to prevent this inequity in the society. Also, another research I selected here, they found that, they found that AI systems reflect historical data. We already know, right? AI tools learn from historical data patterns and also in social context. Therefore, without clear fairness frameworks, they can amplify gender bias and also social inequalities. So these are the issues. And then some other research on AI and FinTech tools focused on social justice. AI has potential to solve these societal challenges, but it also raises privacy and social justice concerns. This is one research found, and there are many research support the same. Also, there are algorithmic feedback loops. Those can perpetuate and amplify societal inequalities. Another research highlighted some of the key areas that are affected by this AI bias. What are those? Firstly, in hiring and employment. We also discussed about this Amazon AI tool in recruitment. Those biased screening can also exclude qualified candidates. So what can happen? When there are no qualified candidates in recruitments, it can also impact economically and can also create emotional impact. And in lending and financial services, we cannot forget about these services. Sometimes SMEs, the loans are very important for them, but unequal access to these loans or credit or the screening patterns in AI tools, these also can create financial instability. And also we can talk about criminal justice, like risk assessment algorithms also may disproportionately affect some of the marginalized groups. In the society, we cannot forget all these other groups. Everyone should be inclusive. In our previous keynote speak, Dr. Navneet also highlighted about the importance of inclusivity. And in healthcare, biased diagnostic in AI can also delay or misdiagnose. And it can result in life-threatening outcomes as well. So these are some recent research findings. And Now we discuss everything like problems, right? So why these problems occur? That is because AI systems also learn from historical data. Then this historical data also reflect existing social inequalities. This is where we have to focus on. Algorithms optimize for efficiency and patterns, not for fairness. Remember, human input is important here. AIs are machines. Human intervention is very important. Otherwise, they will use existing historical data. And lack of transparency also limit the accountability. And we know that automated systems can always create feedback loops. Those are the reasons for these problems in gender equity and also social justice. And finally, these are some of the 3 major integrity gaps in digital transformation. The first thing, algorithmic bias, because it depends on the historical data, and AI systems can also reproduce the existing social inequalities. And opaque financial automation. In FinTech decisions, we need transparency, but still there is lack of transparency in FinTech decisions. And data governance deficits. Poor handling of data also lead to unfair outcomes. Those are the existing gaps in this digital transformation. But if we focus on digital transformation with integrity, not just digital transformation, we need integrity. For that, we need to focus on these 3 pillars. I suggest these 3 pillars, but there are many others as well. Huh? So, sorry. The first, gender equity, and then social justice. Together with that, sustainable innovation. And when we have gender equity and social justice, we can easily earn sustainable innovation and towards digital transformation with integrity. How to implement integrity in digital transformation? Now this is the question. For that, we need policy and governance. And how? Need to implement ethical guidelines, transparency, and also accountability in AI tools and also FinTech systems. And don't forget the fair data practices. Developers need to ensure that their datasets are diverse, unbiased, and also privacy protected. And also inclusive design. We need to include diverse stakeholders in our designs, testing, and also in deployment. Otherwise, those marginalized groups can also not be included in these designs, and we have to focus on inclusivity. And don't forget continuous auditing, because if we don't audit, sometimes these AI FinTech outputs can be more on bias. So we have to monitor AI FinTech outputs for bias and also existing social inequities. And then finally, education and awareness. This is very important. Those who are especially in developing these tools or in these organizations, the teams need to be trained on importance on these ethics, social justice, and also responsible innovation. So education and awareness also can reduce all these bias and related issues. Okay, so then here I want to suggest these things for an integrity-centered governance framework. The firstly, ethical design and auditing. We already discussed we need to embed fairness, transparency, and also accountability in our AI tools and FinTech systems. And inclusivity, inclusive financial engineering. Need to ensure products, services, and processes serve diverse stakeholders. And then we need to earn sustainable institutional trust. We should build confidence through continuous monitoring and also ethical governance. For that, Here there is a suggested conceptual model from implementation to impact. Firstly, technological design. We cannot forget technology, right? Because AI tools itself is technology. So that is the core concept there. So it's very important, this design. But build AI fintech systems with responsibility. Ensure fairness, inclusivity, and diversity in datasets and also in algorithms. Design these products to serve all users, avoid bias. So these are mainly should be in our technological design for these tools. And on top of that, we can have ethical governance. What are those? Transparency, accountability, and also oversight. Those things can be added. And monitor these decisions, outputs, and also processes for fairness. And use or embed policies and auditing to prevent misuse. So with these two, technological design basically and with ethical governance, then we can reach equitable outcomes. How? We can reduce bias in hiring and also in finance, justice, and also in healthcare sectors and all other sectors as well. And we can ensure fair access and opportunity for all groups. And we can also address structural and historical inequalities because now on top of our technical design, we have ethical governance. And with that, we can earn sustainable trust. How? We can build long-term confidence in AI and fintech systems around the society. And we can ensure users or stakeholders also society trust outputs. All this we can achieve the positive outcome and we can enable responsible adoption of these technologies. In high level, these are some recommendations for integrity in AI and fintech. The first thing, mandatory algorithmic impact assessments. Need to evaluate potential social, ethical, and fairness impacts before deployment of tools. And also, gender disaggregated fairness audits. These are important because some of the previous cases that we highlighted, we can see like women were disadvantaged. Therefore, it is important to regularly check AI systems for bias across genders and also other demographic groups. Don't forget all the stakeholders, those who are who can get benefits from the system or AI tools. And it is also important to use ethical KPIs. When we have measurable, ethical, and responsible metrics as our KPIs for the organizations, then it is easier to monitor all these related things related to gender equity, inequity, and also social justice. And finally, digital transformation must be guided by integrity. Therefore, we already accept that AI and fintech are powerful tools. We have a lot of benefits, but without integrity, they can reinforce inequity. And gender equity and social justice are central to ethical digital systems. That's why digital tools also need to focus on both gender equity and social justice. And integrity bridges innovation and also responsibility that ensure long-term societal benefit. We are talking about sustainable innovations, right? So with focusing on gender equity and social justice, we can easily earn this sustainable trust. And don't forget the leadership. That's why these things we can discuss, but leadership is very important to embed integrity across all these policies, practices, and technology. Okay, so I have simple question like before we close this, if you could describe the future of digital transformation in one word, what would it be? Trust or fairness or accountability or any other thing? Please use chat just to share your ideas. Okay. So, finally, the future of digital transformation will not be defined by how advanced our technologies become, but by how just, inclusive, and trustworthy they remain. Okay. And thank you everyone for your attention and also for inviting me for this speech. I wish the organizers and also the participants a very successful and enriching conference. Thank you everyone.
Thank you for your inputs, ma'am. Is there any questions from the audience? Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir,
Yes.
you're audible, please.
Yeah, this is Dr. Ami from Nigeria.
Yes.
I have no question. But I want to commend the presenter. The presentation was very brief, precise, and direct to the point. So I want to commend the person. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
Hello.
Yes, thank you. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning from here, Nigeria.
Yes, miss. Yes.
Okay. I am Moses Obinna John.
Yeah.
I want to appreciate, not to question, the works of Professor Amila. It was a scholarly, well-built, well-constructed, and deep-rooted work. And it is interesting that the society has overlooked some of the things that she highlighted. However, if policymakers will come up to also inject some of these things in the society, I think digital transformation will take some higher light. Thank you very much, Prof. You did a very perfect scholarly work. Thank you. Kudos.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Next.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
I now request our guest of honor, Professor Dr. I now request our guest of honor, Dr. Ananda Suryanarayana, to take over. Over to you, sir.
Yes. Namaste and good afternoon to you all. Hope I am audible. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
so
we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you very much. And at the outset, I congratulate B.M.S College and ICERT for organizing this wonderful conference and also inviting me to deliver whatever little knowledge I have with the August gathering. So without much delay, so I will share my screen and directly jump into my today's subject. I hope my screen is visible to you all. Okay. Okay, so today I'm going to deliver a brief talk on beyond banking, architecting next generation digital financial ecosystem. I hope this is going to be relevant for today's agenda. So why I have taken this subject is number one, it is linked to your conference theme. And second, look at the bottom, the market dynamics. Global digital bank users today is 5.4 billion and digital payment volume $9.3 trillion and UPI transaction in India, it comes for 14 billion plus monthly. The data is from Statistica and 2024. The present may be much higher. In that context, I have taken today my topic about something about banking, which is prominent. If you look at the definition of banking or derivation of the term of banking and the banking business today, there is absolutely no connection. Okay, so the term of bank has derived from Italian word which means bench. Basically, why that term has come, because in those days the money lender used to display their money on the bench of the garden, and those who want to borrow money, they can take it. So this is how the meaning of bank has come. So today, what is banking? It is very difficult to define today's context what is banking. So banking is everything. So banking means what? Banking means lending. Banking means what? Accepting deposit. Banking means what? Providing from birth to the death of all financial services to an individual. Yesterday, banking means what? It is to be available within the four walls of the building. But today, banking means what? It is beyond anything. So you can take banking services 24 hours in a day, in a day, and for 365 days, anytime, anywhere you can enjoy the bank. So that is why. So the terminology of bank, original, what it was and what it is today is totally different. That's because of a digital innovation. So with this, I'm going to present what I'm going to take this is my package of my presentation today. So I'm going to talk a bit about the digital banking revolution, Indian fintech scenario, global case studies, and core architectural pillars of best practices, emerging technology, and strategic imperatives and call for the action. So this is my overall package. And I'll try to finish it as the time is given to me 20 minutes. I may take 20 minutes or little more that side. Okay, coming to the subject matter, if you look at this slide, you can see from 1990 to till now, what is the banking scenario you can see. So before 1990, so almost the banking system was stagnant, almost same. So why I have taken from 1990? Because 1990, the electronic intervention has come to the banking system. So from there, the banking system, the banking scenario has changed. So in 1990 somewhere, the core banking system has come. So all branches have connected through electronic platform. So internally, so the core banking system was the greatest achievement by 1990. Then later on, the electronic intervention has come. So along with core banking, so internet banking has introduced. So after internet, what happened? The banking scenario has moved to the platform, so electronic platform. So then what happened? Later on, from the electronic stage to mobile banking system has come. So now what happened after that? After that, open banking system and third party intervention platforms have come. And now where we are is embedded finance. And later stage, 2020, the embedded finance has come. So now we are in an AI native ecosystem. So this is the growth trajectory of banking system. So today, what is that called? AI is not an option. It is a must for a survival of banking scenario. So that is why. So today, in 2010, mobile first and fintech initiative have come. So now there is no question of mobile first. So it's everything is digital platform. So now what's the scenario here? The scenario here is you can see Number one is digital banking users globally increasing. It is 5.4 billion, and customer prefer digital first now. And later stage, there is no question of digital first. It is digital only. And then fintech investments has significantly improved. It is around 1.7 trillion, and fintech firms worldwide is around 10,000 plus. So here in the stage of 2010 and 2015, you can see a lot of changes you can see. So when the open banking system has come, so the banking scenario has changed now. So I will also take that what exactly open banking scenario in my later stages. And to 2020, the banking is embedded everywhere. So banking is embedded with business, banking is embedded with all our needs. So with one banking platform, so you can buy insurance, you can buy deposits, you can make investments, you can buy mutual funds. So everything is embedded with the banking system. So what happened for these key disruptions? What are the key disruption drivers? If you look at this quickly, number one is smartphone penetration. So your smartphone is everything. So 70% penetration you can see globally. So because of the penetration of smartphones, so the digital banking penetration has increased globally significantly. And then the cloud native infrastructure. So earlier everything is in the file format, physical format. So now everything is saved in cloud format. You can access anything from anywhere. So another intervention is open API mandates. So API is a third platform of which I will explain you later stage. So that also increased the changes in the banking system. And customer experience expectation, yes, today the customers are, the expectation is you cannot estimate. So today the market is not focusing on customer satisfaction. The market is focusing for customer delight. What is mean by delight? Delight means you have to deliver the services beyond their expectation. So that's possible only in fintech, because in fintech it is not only generative AI they are using today, so they are also using predictive AI. Predictive AI means what is your need, they will predict and they will deliver before you demand for it. So that is why in banking system they are using both generative AI as well as predictive AI, so that they can deliver the services beyond your expectation. So of course, after COVID-19, the digital banking has, the importance of digital banking and penetration of digital banking has increased like anything. So moving forward, so this is the overall banking financial ecosystem. It's very difficult to understand for an ordinary non-technical background people. So this is the today's banking system. You can see it is connected. The banking system is connected from all the corners. You can see in olden days, our banking system is only this core banking system. So each banks are working independently. It is not like that today. So this banking system is connected across all the platforms. So myself and yourself are somewhere here. We are all the individuals, or you may be the businessman. So myself and the banking system is connected with so many other mediations. You can see here, you can see social apps are there, payment networks are there, third party apps are there. Through them we are connecting with banks. So today the bank is not just the old definition, accepting and lending loan. It is beyond that. So today, in order to run a bank, you should have a wide coverage of network. You should be connected with blockchain. You should be connected with the digital platforms. You should be connected with third parties. You can see here in the middle. So you have connected with the security compliances, administration, digital accounts, digitalized products, wallets, and so many other things. On the other hand, you can also see you have connected for this one. RegTech is another important area. So you have connected even a regulatory framework also. So today, this is the banking network or banking framework to understand how it is delivered in a technical platform. So you can see in this slide, so banking means what? Banking means conglomeration of these many things today. So at the center, you can see there are payment platforms, Visa are there, MasterCard are there, and Swift system is there. So these things are connected with the neo banks as well as commercial banks. So outer layer, you can see the neo bank and neo banks as well as our traditional commercial by digital banks. So this system is connected. The third layer, the APIs, that is third party connection. So these systems have been connected. You just see here payment gateway, then it is connected with neo banks as well as commercial banks. These people connected with the APIs, and these APIs are connected with, you can name anything, outer layer, you can see anything. So you can buy Amazon, you can buy anything, you wanted to manage your wealth, whatever the need is there, it is from the outside. So everything is connected. So this is the digital banking system at present. So you say anything, you say whatever, everything is connected with the banking system. So looking quickly, so what is the digital payment scenario in India? You have that UPI has made a significant change in the digital platform in India. So unified payment interface is the foundation for the achieving such a tremendous growth in a digital platform. So then you have wallet, e-wallet, you have another platform, payment platform, you have cards, debit card, credit card, and Aadhaar enabled payment system is also playing a significant role in digital payment in India. Moving forward, UPI goes global. So today UPI is an international payment platform. So nearly 8 different countries have been accepted here. So through UPI, it's also parallel to your MasterCard and your Visa card. So that through UPI, so government has achieved that payment platform is now global. So digital payment growth happened because of many reasons. Number one is, you can see the quickly online shopping in India is huge and growing quickly because of digital payment platform. So how it is contributing for the growth, no doubt. So demand, and it is creating more demand. So digital platforms are increasing the demand, and if you see at the statistics, it has increased from 83 million in 2020 to 150 million in 2026, almost double. So over 4 years only, it is still beginning, not the end. So similarly, if you look at credit card transaction growing per year, that is around a 30% jump. And similarly, online frauds are also growing. That's another threat is also there. So it is almost card and internet frauds have raised almost 49%, and ultimately the security, G and D security measures helps to secure more digital ecosystem platform for everyone. Of course, so the government as well as technology is also coming. AI is also improving, helping a lot in detecting e-frauds on real time also. So this is the payment scenario. Moving forward, quickly, let's have India's fintech miracles. If you look at India's tax architecture, that is a computer design model that uses LIFO for strong storing data. If you look at one by one, so Aadhaar biometric is presence of less layer. That's one thing is architecture is. Another one is paperless layer, that is DigiLocker has introduced 6 billion plus documents are stored electronically. Next level is cashless layer, that is UPI has created 14 billion plus transactions per month. And another layer is consent layer, that is account aggregator. So that's another law. Because of that, the NBFCs are connected, and 25 million plus have been linked with this, and so that between the NBFCs the transactions are allowed. And if you look at Jan Dhan Yojana impact, it has created 530 million accounts open and 2.3 lakhs crore deposits generated and 340 million rupee card has been issued. So all this has been achieved because of India's fintech miracle. If you look at other areas, if you look at the monthly UPI value is, again, data is 2024. I have given you the data, you can have a quick look. And ultimately, the countries connected with UPI is Singapore, UAE, France, Bhutan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Mauritius, and Qatar. So with this, the Indian UPI becoming global. And quickly, let's have a quick case scenario. So that if you look at global cases of digital banking leaders, number one, if you take DBS Banks, Singapore, so this has this is the world's best digital bank, and it has launched also DigiBank in India, and basically they are AI powered engines, and it is having around $1 billion digital savings. If you move to UK, it is Neobank Pioneer, Monza and Sterling are the two important neobank. So what exactly neobank? Neobank is a bank without any physical presence. Everything is online. So they don't have any physical presence. So this is a new generation banks. So they don't have any operation. They don't have much operational overhead since their presence is online. Since their presence is electronic. So in United Kingdom, Monzo as well as Sterling are the leading pioneer, and they have created the landmark benchmark for neobanks across the world. Even in India also they have it started. So if you look at the $5 billion plus neobank sector assets are being under management at present. And moving forward, world's largest neobank, that's in Brazil, that is Nubank, and they are managing around 95 million customers globally. Coming to China, we have an example of WeBank, and they are the super app-based finance company. So they are managing 35 trillion annual payments. So these are the global scenarios. If you look at the Indian scenario, so ICICI Bank has iMobile Pay is one of the leading app. It is managing 100 million plus users and 100 crores tech investment. And when it comes to Paytm, yes, this is the first wallet-based fintech company. From wallet to, it has also moved to full stack fintech companies. So that has created 1.4 lakh crore assets under management. And moving to Neobank in India, Jupiter and Pi, that is from Economic Times, have initiated neobanks. They are also managing around $2 billion combined valuation of assets. And coming to attract a new generation millennials, online marketplace, State Bank of India started It's a public sector digital platform which is managing 7,000 crore in loan and loan per month. So this is the growth story of India. And now this is a quick understanding. I told you third party platforms are playing a big role in giving a boost for banking system. See, in the case of if customer earlier to have on the extreme left side you can see the bank, on the extreme right side you can see the customer. So in order to connect banker with customer may be say investor, customer may be a borrower, we need to have a direct contact with the bank. But today there is no need. So without having any account with any bank, I can open a deposit. And how can I do it? It is through the third party app. So this in the center you can see these are the third party fintech companies. They will connect with one network, like these third party apps have been connected parallelly with customer as well as banks. So you as a customer, you can through them you can manage, you can borrow money, you can deposit money, you can buy insurance policy, you can buy mutual fund policy, anything through this middle third party apps, and you show that you will be connected with n number of banks. So this is the present scenario. This has increased customer satisfaction on the other hand, and this has also increased the volume of business for the banking system, and also which has also created a new investments in fintech companies. So it's like a win-win situation. Customer getting better services, banks are getting better business, and there is no ecosystem has started and a new business system also developed, that's called fintech companies. Next, quickly, let's have a quick look about architectural pillar of next generation banks. So there are 6 important pillars I have identified. These are the pillars which are going to drive the future banking for the next generation. Number 1 is cloud native. So the cloud system which is going to connect the various banking system by storing the data at center point, and then open banking system and open API economy, which I have explained right now. So that is also connecting customers with many number of banks, and also customers can get, it's like a supermarket. Customer can take all the services at one particular place. So fintech companies are like a supermarket. In example, in India with Ind Money app, you can you can invest in shares, you can buy direct mutual funds, you can take loan, you can even invest in a US market. One app is going to help you to access many services. So that's open banking system is becoming very popular, and it is going to take greater market share, and they are also playing a leading role in enhancing customer satisfaction. And AI, artificial intelligence and machine learning, which is helping the banking companies to understand the real requirement of the customer. So they're helping to detect real-time frauds, and they're also providing better personalized service, and they're also assisting to get real information. Like for example, no need to meet any bank employees. Through AI chatbots and all, you can get your services done with less time, less cost. And the most important is predictive analysis, like the based on your spending habits, based on the way you are using your credit card, based on the way you are investing, it is going to analyze what's your requirement, and accordingly which is going to guide you. You do this and you don't do this. So this is also helping customers in a most possible and positive manner. And similarly, zero trust security, as I told you, so regtex and so many interventions are coming because of AI, machine learning, and they are trying to track the real-time trust, real-time fraud, and which is going to enhance that greater trust. And next is omni-channel. So you have like a one app which is going to give a channel for various options. So you can have various kinds of services, and it is like a supermarket. Banking system is like a supermarket in the years to come. And finally, embedded finance. This is another important development. Embedded finance means what? Embedded finance means with one banking network, one app, you will be getting all life cycle financial requirement, all the services at the from the birth to the death, whatever the services, financial services need you have. Maybe, for example, you wanted to buy television, you don't have cash, you can go for buy now pay later option. And you need insurance, if you need a mutual fund investment, if you need P2P, like for example, in the bankers are like a dealers of money. Yesterday means they buy money by way of deposit and they sell money by way of loan. But now, because of platforms, P2P lending is also happening. So no need you to keep deposit. You can straight away lend your money to the company through the P2P platforms also. So this is just a statistics I'm just sharing. So if you look at open banking adoption rates, if you look at EU, which is the rating is very high, and in India also it is picking up. And if you look at India's account aggregator, so the account aggregator is basically RBI's new regulation, so which is helping the non-banking financial companies to store the to get access for the common customer data. So this is also another important trend. You can see the statistics here. So with this, before similar to AA framework, if you look at the this one US sorry European country, they have PSD2 regulation. So similar to PSD2 regulation, in RBI has started AA framework, both almost running in the same network, same area, same way. So which is going to give an empowerment for the access of customers' data to provide better services. So this is basically AI and generative AI. That's the new operating system in banking area. So that will help basically potential AI value in banking is you can see $340 billion. And the banks are also piloting a generative AI. 85% of the banks are piloting it because it's necessity. There is no option now. So whether I will do it or not, no. It's basically, as I told you, digital only system is going to come. So similarly, today we are in what is that called, age of digital banking. So tomorrow, what next I will tell in my last slide. So what we are seeing is digital banking. What we can see tomorrow is metaverse banking. So it's also, if you look at top AI users in bank, they are using AI for fraud detection, credit scoring, and personalized services, and also for conversational AI, just to get my services done, as doubts being cleared. And I can also use for compliances, and ultimately can also use chatbots and risk analysis and contract review. For the purpose of contract review of the loan application review can also be done through AI copilots. So best practices will make the banking system more stronger. Technology adoption is must. If banks are not adopting technology, then they will go to the history. And similarly, customer experience is the most important thing. So the researchers have made it very clear that digital banking adoption has enhanced the customer experience and customer satisfaction, because predictive analysis will give the most accurate services which is expected by the customer. So actually, we say that what is customer satisfaction? Customer satisfaction means you deliver what the customer is needed. Customer delight means what? You are delivering beyond the expectation of the customer. So that's possible. Customer delight means wow factor you can create only through incorporating better digital infrastructure in your system. So as risk and compliances purpose, also you need to incorporate digital and AI, and ultimately you should also create a good culture and talent pool to take the digital banking forward. And future scenario, I will take quickly. Future that is embedded the 25, 26. We are in present era. In this year, you can see embedded services. The FinTech is sorry, digital system ecosystem is embedded everywhere, because everything is connected with digital, like insurance. You can take mutual funds, you can take stock, you can say any financial services are interconnected. If you want to buy television, if you want to go to vacation, you you name anything, everything is interconnected. That is exactly the embedded system. So that's right now. And moving forward, 26 to 28, you can see autonomous finance, where AI agents proactively manage your finance, like auto rebalance, portfolio management, and switching savings and negotiable bills, etc. So open finance will also help you take beyond banking. You can also take health advisors, telecommunication data, so many things you can see here. So that's autonomous finance will come by next stage. After that, you can see 25 to 28 quantum and post quantum era. You can see wherein the risk models, the quantum computing will help us to assess the risk model and provide most suitable advisors. And beyond 2030, you can see decentralized financial mainstreams, which means what? Which means regulated DEFI, where you can see interbank settlements and smart contract based trade finances and digital identity that is self-sovereign and replace all KYCs. And UPI 3.0 goes cross currency also. So this is the beyond 2030 scenario. So I will take only last item, this one. So regulatory risks are there, AI biasness and explainability will be there. AI is also a kind of technology. We cannot trust, there is no 100% accuracy. Even chat GPT, you can say cloud AI, accuracy is not 100%. So that is why there is a scope for biasness, and we cannot trust 100%. That's one security threat is also there. Cross-border data flow is also happening. That's another set. And CBDC implementation is also one of the regulatory risks. And crypto and the DEFI oversight is another high risk, emerging risk. And ultimately, cyber resilience. These all are the high risk and medium risk areas. So I will move to the conclusion. So what exactly this market scale? No doubt it is 3.6 billion users, and I have given you the date. So the market is moving towards digital mechanism, and technology convergence is making digital banking ecosystem more stronger. AI, blockchain plus quantum, all these are going to lead intelligent, trustworthy, fast ecosystem. They are all not standalone technologies. Customer centricity, 81% customers are highly satisfied with the digital services. And then we are moving what now? We are moving from physical banking to electronic banking. We are in digital banking now. What next is metaverse banking. So metaverse banking initially started by in some of the banks in Europe as well as Singapore. So in the case of metaverse bank, this is like a branch bank. Whatever the experience you are getting in branch banking, everything you can experience electronically. You are going to interacting with electronic creations. So that's called metaverse banking. So that will be the ultimate reach you can see in banking system. So that's it from my side. And ultimately, the future banking is not a technology problem. It is an imagination problem. So what is the imagination? If whatever you can imagine, that you can reach. That is the banking system today. That's it from my side. If you want to connect with me, you can take a screenshot and connect with me. And if you have any doubts, and we can take it forward. Otherwise, I will say thanks to the organizer for inviting me and giving me an opportunity. Over to the organizer.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to request Professor Aruna Anchal, Director and Head Research and Publication ICERT, to address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Namaste to each and everyone. We are thankful to B.M.S College for Women, Bengaluru, Bharat, for inviting me as a keynote speaker, guest of honor. And most of the work has been done by the keynote speakers, Anila and Professor Upadhyay, and my colleague and my friend, Dr. Navneet Kaur. So I will take, most of the content has been shared by our speakers. So I'll take hardly 2 to 3 minutes. On behalf of my team, ICERT, I will just conclude the session, whatever the content we are having. We know that today we are celebrating in Bharat, Holi, the color of festival, I wish you all good luck and wishing you happy, prosperous festival also. And the topic today we have chosen is navigating the nexus, fintech, financial technology, innovation, digital transformation, sustainability, and society in a globalized world. What I think the contemporary global economy is characterized by the governance of four transformative forces. That is, fintech means financial technology, systematic digital transformation, sustainability transition, and deepening the globalization. Rather than examining these phenomena in isolation, this talk adopts a system perspective, viewing them as mutually reinforcing components of a broader socio-technical transition. FinTech is not merely technological innovation in finance, it represents a structural reconfiguration of financial intermediation, governance, and socio-economic inclusion within a digitalized and sustainability oriented globe order. Means if we talk about all these things, innovation and the creative destruction or the digital transformation as social technical change, financial and global capital flows, fintech innovation, structural and means the digital payment, peer-to-peer lending, crowdfunding platforms, InsurTech, RegTech, central bank digital currencies, and decentralized finance. Moreover, financial inclusion, according to the World Bank, billions remain unbanked globally. FinTech means it reduces the geographic barriers, lowers transaction cost, expands the microcredit access, enables mobile-based saving system. If you talk about the case examples, means Ant Group means digital micro lending ecosystems, Stripe digital infrastructure for SMEs, PayPal means cross-border payments facilitation. Now, if we talk about the digital transformation and governance, digital transformation alters the governance structure through e-governance platforms, digital identity systems, or blockchain-based transparencies, and real-time regulatory reporting means RegTech. Aligned with the global sustainability framework, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal also we have found. Means you can say that the sustainability and the green finance also conclude with this. The recognition that the climatic or the climate change constitute systematic financial risk has redefined the financial markets. The World Economic Forum promotes the stakeholders capitalism integrating ESG consideration into the corporate governance. It includes emerging institutions are green bonds, sustainability linked loans, carbon credit, trading platforms, ESG data analytical tools. FinTech enables real-time environment impact tracking, transparent reporting mechanisms, or you can say democratize access to the sustainable investment products. Now we have tensions also, means greenwashing risk, inconsistent ESG metrics, regulatory divergence, trade-off between profitability and sustainability. Means the sustainability transition requires harmonized global standards also. Means if you talk about the digital divide also, it give risk to the exclusion of the rural population, gender disparities, and generalization gap. Moreover, if we move on towards an integrated framework to navigate this nexus effectively, a multi-dimensional framework is required. Means regulatory sandbox, adaptive governance, or cross-border harmonization, ethical AI standards, privacy by design systems, sustainable fintech architecture. Long-term system thinking also is required in this, means integration of financial stability, social equity, environmental sustainability, technological resilience. So in concluding note or remark, I say the nexus of the FinTech digitalization transformation, sustainability, and globalization represents a structural transformation of capitalism itself. Now, the three concluding propositions are FinTech is reconfiguring financial intermediation, sustainability is redefining value creation, digital transformation is also reshaping institutional trust. Thus, the future trajectory will depend on whether innovation, which is governed by short-term profit maximization or long-term sustainable and inclusive development. So, on behalf of ICERT, our Secretary Director, Dr. Sandeep Sihag, and my dear Navneet Kaur and Simran. I thank each and everyone and organizer also to inviting me for this international conference for the 2 weeks. So thank you everyone. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Now over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inputs. There's a small announcement for our teachers from B.M.S College for Women. If you people are having a class at 2:15, kindly inform your students that you'll be a few minutes late. You can quickly finish the session and then go on with your classes. Thank you so much. Now I request Neha M, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, to take over the session.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. Without further delay, we now move on to the cultural segment of our program. I warmly invite the cultural team to kindly take the stage and begin the performance.
Camera ನೋಡಿ camera ತೋರಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ GP ಸರಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರು ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಹಾಕಿ ಏನೋ ಅದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅದು ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಸರಿ ಆಯ್ತು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಲೈಟ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಏನೋ ಸ್ವಿಚ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಾವು ಸಾಂಗ್ ಯಾವುದು ಸರ್ ಇದು ಸಾಂಗ್ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ರೆಡಿ ಹಾ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಇದು ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಆನ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಅದು ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಇದೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಇದೆ ಸರ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಿರೋರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಆನ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಸರಿ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅದೇನು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ರಿಮೋಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಗಣೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಪ್ಲೇ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅದು ಲೂಪ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡಿ ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇದೆ ನಾನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು ನೋಡಿ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಇದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಕೇಬಲ್ ಕಟ್ಟಾಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ audible ಅಂತ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ನಮ್ದು ಆಡಿಯೋ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ
Ah, well, shoot, good morning, sir. I do. You have something. When she not shake body and the handbag. Call me, please. One. It's this one. It's the meaning of it. Thank you.
Thank you, team, for the wonderful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride and privilege that we move forward to felicitate our chief guest. I now request our dignitaries, Dean Academics, Dr. Bhuvneshwari E., IQAC Coordinator, Dr. Shubha, Convener, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, Coordinator, Dr. Neetu GS, Co-Coordinator, Dr. Mamta, Dr. Manisha, Jai Shri, Mr. Shashi Bhushan Prasad, to felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Pradeep Ramawat J. I request dignitaries to come on the stage. I also request our COE, Dr. Sumangla ma'am, to please come on stage. We are extremely happy to announce that ICERT has declared awards in two distinct categories, that is Global Women Icon Award 2026 and Baba Sahib Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Excellence Award 2026 for people who have attained exceptional achievement in their respective fields are going to be honored during this ceremony. The recipients who are awarded in Baba Sahib Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Excellent Award 2026 categories are as follows. I now call upon Professor Dr. Ananda Surya Narayana, Mrs. Jayashri Venkatesh from K.R. Mangalam University, Ms. Aishwarya Vaibhav, Ms. Soumya R.C., Ms. Soumya R.C. from Cambridge College, Dr. Ashok Naika B.G., Ramaya College of Law. The next person is Professor Dr. M. Devendra from the Oxford College of Hotel Management. Mr. Kera Ram from Gujarat University. The next person is Professor Dr. Shraddha Verma, Kalinga University. The recipients who are awarded in Global Women Icon Award 2026 are Ms. Jayashri S., Academic Enrollment Advisor, person is Dr. Sonia Maria D'Souza from New Horizon College of Engineering. Next awardee is Dr. Priyanka Singla. Dr. Savita Sharma. Dr. P.T. Singwal. Dr. Nagamali. Professor Dr. Neelam Panchal. Dr. Rohini Ravindra. And Professor B. Venkatalakshmi. Now the time has come to conclude the formal program. I call upon Dr. Mamta D, Assistant Professor, Department of Business Administration, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to propose the vote of thanks on this prestigious occasion of the inaugural ceremony of the International Multidisciplinary Conference on Navigating the Nexus, FinTech Innovation, Digital Transformation, Sustainability, and Society in a Globalized World. At the outset, I offer our profound gratitude to our respected chairperson, Dr. P.S. Ragini Narayan, for her visionary leadership. Madam, your unwavering commitment to academic excellence and empowerment continues to guide and inspire our institution. I express our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. P. Dayanandapai, Life Trustee, B.M.S, for his constant encouragement. Sir, your visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to educational excellence continue to inspire institutions to reach greater heights. We are deeply honored by your support. I extend my sincere thanks to Sri Aviram Sharma, Trustee, B.M.S, for his encouragement. Sir, your dedication towards academic growth and innovation strengthens our mission and motivates us to strive for excellence. I also place on record our deep appreciation to Wing Commander Raghavan RA for his encouragement and support. I extend our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Pimsha Arya, Principal, BMSCE, and his team for their constant support. I extend our heartfelt thanks to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Pradeep Ramavat for his deeply insightful and intellectually stimulating address. Your reflections on sustainable livelihood, social entrepreneurship, and inclusive growth have provided meaningful direction to our deliberations. My sincere appreciation to Dr. Manina Arnott for her paper presentation. I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Navneet Kaur for her key address. I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Amila Gamesh, Assistant Professor at LIGS University, USA, and International Trainer and Consultant, Singapore, for graciously addressing the gathering. Your insightful words, global perspective, and inspiring thoughts have truly enriched this session. We are deeply thankful for your valuable time and contribution. I express our earnest gratitude to our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Dr. Ananda Surya Narayana, for his scholarly insights and valuable contribution, which have added immense depth to the academic disclosure of this conference. I would also like to express our sincere appreciation to Dr. Manisha T. Bagoji, Secretary General of the ICERT. Your leadership and dedication to academic excellence continue to inspire educators and researchers across the globe. Your guidance and commitment to fostering research and innovation in education are truly commendable, and we are grateful for your encouraging words. I also place on record our sincere thanks to our respected principal, Dr. Raghukumar Iyer, whose dynamic leadership and constant encouragement have been instrumental in the successful organization of this international event. I would like to thank our beloved dean, Dr. Bhuvaneshwari E, and IQSC coordinator, Dr. Shubha M, for their support. I would like to thank Jayashree Shashi Bhushan Prasad for their constant support. For our deep appreciation to Dr. Vijayalakshmi S, convener of this program, for your excellent coordination, meticulous planning, and tireless efforts in making this event a grand success. Your dedication behind the scenes has been truly commendable. We greatly appreciate steadfast support of the management of B.M.S Educational Trust and our academic collaborators, the International Council for Education Research and Training, for their valuable partnership in making this conference truly global in scope. My heartfelt appreciation goes to all our paper presenters, researchers, delegates, and participants who have joined us in hybrid mode, contributing to vibrant academic engagement and knowledge exchange. I also extend sincere thanks to the organizing committee, coordinator, faculty members, student volunteers, technical team, and support staff for their dedication, meticulously planning, and teamwork. I would also like to extend my thanks to our COE ma'am. I also thank the coordinator of the event, Dr. Neetu ma'am.
I would also like to thank coordinator Dr. Mamta ma'am. Ma'am, it is informed to all the participants that plenary sessions will begin in hybrid mode as well. Technical session 1 will begin in the auditorium 1. So it's my humble request for all the offline presenters to stay back here in the auditorium before moving for lunch. Kindly receive the instructions from the coordinators who are going to handle the session, Srimati Vindhya and Srimati Parimala. Parallelly, technical session 2 will commence in the auditorium 2, which will be handled by Mr. Harish. It is also announced that we are requesting everybody to maintain hygiene and keep the premises clean while you're going for lunch. We will now formally break for lunch. Kindly come back to the seminar hall. At the same time, please go back to your respective rooms as per the allotted schedule. Thank you. Participants, please move towards multi-purpose hall for their lunch. It is behind the building. Kindly come
Thank
back
you so
after
much,
15
everyone.
to 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, all. Third technical session presenter, we are present. Hello. Are you audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Can I start the third technical session? Ma'am, Dr. Sharna ma'am, her present, ma'am.
Yes, of course.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, a very warm welcome to the technical session of our International Multidisciplinary Conference on Navigating the Nexus, FinTech Innovation, Digital Transformation, Sustainability, and Society in a Global World. This conference held in honor to the International Women's Day and the World Day of Social Justice. The gap between the innovation and the equity. I am Pushpa Mandal as this session coordinator. I introduce this session chair, Miss Dr. Sharna ma'am. Some introduction, ma'am, professional career and the academic leadership and contribution. The Dr. Sharna ma'am is a session-aid academician and a scholar currently serving as the head of the Department of the English at Ismail National Mahila College in Meerut, Uttar Pradesh. With years of experience in higher education, she has been a pivotal figure in shaping by the
Excuse me,
Department of the
excuse
English.
me,
Hello.
excuse me.
Hello, ma'am.
I think Zoom room में आपको start करना है. So you should go to Zoom room.
Yes, yes.
So coordinate with your coordinators first. I think so. I have an information.
Okay, okay.
About to join the Zoom room.
Is it here, ma'am? Hello, ma'am. Are you audible, ma'am? Hello.
Hello, when the first technical session is going to begin?
बहुत है। फिर नीचे वालों की आ गई। बड़ा वो नहीं
Good afternoon to the online participants. The session is going to start in another 10 minutes. Good afternoon to the online participants. The session is going to start in another 10 minutes.
Tẹ̀lé mi lọ tí a. Mi ò sọ fún ọ báwo ṣe.
Ọjọ́ tẹ ẹ ṣe ìdúná tẹ ẹ sọ fún mi.
Lọ́jọ́ Sátọ̀dé.
Ẹ sọ fún mi pé láti mọ̀ lálejò lẹ́nu ṣe. Ìgbẹ́ tẹ́ ẹ sọ ní pé ẹ ní àwọn ilé exam àbí that was nǹkan tó sọ.
Exam ló gbé mi lọ kó ń ṣe Ramadan lọ́jọ́.
Tó sọ fún mi pé ẹ lè ṣe Ramadan.
Ó aláyé sọ. Hello? Hello? Okay, what do I say? Hi, how are you?
Kamu akili kwa kadro mwaka muna yese sana mu yema kiye muna yese na ega shu ya mana ya sina mana toika na mana no niga alo kamniga ni do disturb oh my no no oh no mu kile kile ro na ro ko de hozo ko my graphics squad I had to stop it because I'm here but for now I'm not doing anything because thank you. Combine anything, get how much? Hey, man, I'm my mentor now. I'm going to share your weight. I'm not on that thing on posting for like 2 months now. I can tell you the time I have given myself. Niko na moja na once dika mwe mwana ila ni hije pendo na dipo na lombo. Economy dika needs na
respected dignitaries, faculty members, and dear participants, as we move on to the technical session 1, I would like to invite Ms. Parimala Kulkarni, Assistant Professor, Commerce, Department of Commerce, B.M.S College, to formally welcome the moderator and the chair of the session. It is my privilege to introduce the chair of Technical Session 1, Dr. Venkataramu R., Head of the Department, Associate Professor of English at Government First Grade College, Chikkaballapura. With an illustrious academic career spanning over three decades, Dr. Venkataramu has been a pillar of English education. He has dedicated his professional journey to nurture young minds through scholarly excellence. Dr. Venkataramu earned his PhD from NIILM University with a remarkable thesis titled Caste and Social Hierarchy in the writings of Mulk Raj Anand, a pioneering study that explores themes of caste, marginalization, and social justice in English literature. Dr. Venkataramu has authored 18 peer-reviewed research journals, including UGC Carelist. Beyond classroom, Dr. Venkataramu was honored with the prestigious Best NSS Program Officer Award from Government of Karnataka and NSS Officer Award from Mangalore University in the year 2007 and 8. With such a distinguished academic profile and vast experience, we are indeed privileged to have Dr. Venkataramu BR as our head of the Technical Session 1. I now request Dr. Venkataramu BR sir to chair the session. It is my pleasure to introduce our reporter for the technical session, Ramya P., who is currently serving as Assistant Professor in Jain College Autonomous, Bangalore. Welcome you, ma'am. Now I would like to introduce moderator of this technical session, Dr. Megha LM, Assistant Professor, Government Arts, Commerce and PG Autonomous College, Hassan. Welcome.
Mama, how do you name me?
Congratulations, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Now we are going to start the afternoon session. The first participant is Dr. Ashok Naik. Please, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Respected chair, fellow participant here, those who are presenting paper as well as the participant, and B.M.S college as well as the ICERT. Thank you for giving such wonderful opportunity. Not only giving opportunity for the presenting paper as well as the giving award, it's memorable for us longer time in academic journey. So I'm here to present my paper on AI pioneering India's bright future in digital justice. So in that context, I just want to talk about that, how basically when we talk about, basically I'm a constitution law guy and human rights perspective, I always see the subject. When we start in the constitution, we the people of India having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, social, secular, democratic republic, secure all the citizen, justice, social, economic, political, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith and worship, equality of status and opportunity and promote among them all. So in that way, how the core law subject, like where we are going to talk about the civil procedure code, intellectual property right, copyright, trademark, patent laws. Other side, we are going to discuss with the data protection law, data protection bill. So in that connection, I just want to talk how AI is going to play very, very important role in Indian judiciary. So I think very recently in India has hosted AI Summit in Delhi. The theme of the 2026 AI Summit Delhi, artificial intelligence for the people, planet, progress, and justice. Was the theme, how another 10 and 50 years, AI is going to rule this world with all. So the thing is, I just, and I quoted that how AI generated image. So very quickly within not even seconds, they have prepared like this image. This is the one example I just want to say, like how AI is going to help us to make ourselves in such a long way, how to see development in all the way. Can I go with the next slide? So my topic is AI Nyaya, pioneering India's bright future in digital justice. In that way, I just want to say, I think you have seen Indian court system. If you talk about the civil courts and criminal courts, for example, the magistrate first class, second class, district court, high court, and Supreme Court, I think if you see recent data, there are 1 crore something around 80 lakh cases are pending until in Indian judiciary. The simple reason when we talk about the Indian judicial system, so if you go with the procedural aspect, like for example, if you want to take any civil case, if you keep on proceeding perspective, so first generally a client will meet an advocate in his office, then he'll check all the details, what are the documents is required to prepare a case, what is the case, what type of the case is there, then he'll slowly start drafting the case. Then after drafting the case, he's going to file to the court. Then after filing the court is going to give summons to the how many parties are there in civil court. All the parties should receive the summons. After receiving the summons, the party will come for the court to file a written statement. After plaint and written statement, all the party, joint draft of the party, necessary party, all the parties are there in the court. Then a judge will look into it in such a way what exactly issue is there. So to come here, at least in civil court, it will take 3 to 4 years. To coming to the mind, say issues, how many issues are there in any case? If you say 3 to 4 issues, to solve the 3 to 4 or maximum 2-3 issue, what exactly the core issue is there, what is the exactly fight, it will take, a client will come for the advocate office, advocate will come for the court, it will take years together to give justice. In that such a era, in that situation, now AI is going to say, a client can sit in home, you can say, what is the status of my case, what proceeding is going to be happen, so what stage, for whether it is a summons stage, whether it is a issue stage, whether it is in evidence stage. In that way, AI is going to help in such a way. So this is not only client perspective, artificial intelligence is going to help even for the advocate to prepare the document. For example, you have to read 4 to 5 cases. The cases one decided is sometimes 1,000 pages, 2,000 pages, So in that way, if exactly the lawyer want to get the case, what is the theme, what is exactly the outcome of the case, AI will give within a minute or within a 5 minute, it will get this is the outcome of the case. In that way, AI is going to help in all the way, not only preparing cases, not only solving the cases, reading documents, getting pani, khata, RTC, how the family trees were there in the all that way, the AI is going to be play very important role. Coming back to the very importantly, basically, India has a different language system. For example, everyone cannot access with the Supreme Court as with the High Court. Sometimes they'll come up with a vernacular language. In that way, translation, for example, Kannada to English, English to Kannada, some document, for example, High Court judge who's come from different states, sit in the Chief Justice of High Court in some property issue, so like commercial property issue. Within a second, he can find out, like with AI translation, how AI is going to play a very important role. The next slide. So this is how can AI transform India justice system into equitable, accessible ecosystem under Sarve
Time up,
Jana
sir.
Hitaya, Sarve Jana Sukaya. Sarve
Time
Jana
up,
Hit.
sir.
I'll just come back. So this is the theme of the Sarve Jana Hitaya and Sarve Jana Sukaya. This is the theme. I think I just want to say concluding remarks. AI is going to play a very important role. Once upon a time, we have a urban India as well as a rural India. After AI revolution, you can see even the last man, one who sit in the village, as well as the last man, one who cannot access the justice, with the help of the AI, he can come for the mainstream in all the way. Thank you so much for giving such a wonderful opportunity.
Any questions, please? Any questions? Audience side. If there are no questions, let me myself initiate a question, sir. Your presentation is very good, no doubt in it. In spite of that, how do you relate this to present rural condition of India?
Motto. AI with the, I didn't go my other slides. AI is going to divide. Once upon a time, the internet was only accessible for the urban India, maximum people. But after this internet system, AI is going to, even the last man one who stays in the country, for a village, with help of the AI, he can come for the mainstream of the society. So what are the basis of the hierarchy of the caste, whatever the discrimination, what Article 14 says, equality before law, 15 says no discrimination on the ground of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. Article 16 says equal opportunity in the matter of public and employment. With AI, he can come for the mainstream.
It's okay, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Due to time constraints, we are going to another paper presenter.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to request Miss Suchitra T and Jinha B. Over to you, sir. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaste to one and all present here. It's my privilege to stand in one of the prestigious university to present our research paper on the track Commerce and Management, Curation and Museum Practice in the Digital World. Digital world is nothing but as AI world, which I would like to say. And the subtitle is Structured Digital AI and the Strategies for Preservation, Accessibility and the Production of this Museum Standards. So it has been prepared by the author of Jigna B, who is the Assistant Professor of B.M.S College for Women, and I am the co-author of it, Suchitra T from M.S. Ramaya University of Applied Science, pursuing my third year BCom honors. Coming to the agenda, why we use the museum itself? Because wherever we go to the important places, we wanted to visit the museums, the historical places, and the most important dishes, everything. This comes under the tourism, where human being used to travel from one place to another. So it's our responsibility and the duty of us to preserve these articles, these monuments for the further generation. This The presentation is going to focus on these major agendas: the introduction and problem, objectives, hypothesis, and what we have developed is a conceptual framework. Hence, we are moving forward with the empirical studies to give a best policy draftation for our government. The problem statement is digitalization has been transforming from year to year. In every country, you can see that how AI is impacting the jobs, the circulations of the information, and the advantages across the globe. So we wanted to use these things as a virtual tool. Of course, when COVID-19 hits, the thinking power of humans, the living lifestyle has been changed over a time. We used all different modes. We just crossed our sustainability, and we just crossed how we can reach the world just by sitting in one corner of the home. And here the challenges are ad hocs and structure strategy. Ad hocs are the reactive. When COVID-19 came, we just short-tempered and reacted whatever is there in our resources to give the best out of it. But it's a time now to sit, make a policy, make a research to give a best structured strategy for our policy makers, which can be a very long-term impact. The research objective is to emphasize on the museums, how to collect these documents, how to collect the monuments, without saying the visitors don't touch these monuments or the museum things, how we can preserve it in the next level. Even a child could experience the virtual things of the tourism, and the curation for the organization and the department should be useful. The research hypothesis is why I have named H0 is without having any pre-engagemental structured, we are going to focus on the H1 because it is a structured AI digital access which helps you to collect and recognize the importance of the monument, to preserve it, and also the draft the documentation report for the customers or the visitors of your museums. And the best title is Curation in the Digital World is no longer just about preserving objective. It's our performance to protect our history. Mother India is where the history begins, where we have a good-hearted peoples around. It's our responsibility to safeguard these cultures. The theoretical frameworks are we have taken few important theories for our documentation in the conceptual theories such as UNSCO policies, and few of the authors who have given us the most 4 points to implement in our conceptual framework. The intellectual culture system which we have implemented in this paper by taking these steps forward, so that in further we are preparing a questionnaire of empirical statements which can be circulated among the people to get the important documents out of their experience in the museums and the curation systems. And the current model has been under the 3 practical models, such as the documentation, collaboration, and the verification of these items. The important methodology is first we are collecting all the data from important sources, analyzing in depth designs, and providing the best conceptual framework in further to have a research on it. I would like to welcome my author to continue this.
Thank you, Suchitra ma'am. Namaste to all and everyone. Now I am representing key findings. Before that, this year International Museum Day is on 18th May. Okay, thank you so much. Just a sentence.
One more minute, you can.
Yeah. 18th May 2026. Theme is Museums Uniting and Dividing Well. Thank you so much. And key findings, just one word. It is very biased. Innovation is emotional AI, and implications are technological and historical persons. Conclusion is future museum adaptive intelligence, AI deepen heritage personalization. Thank you so much by here winding up and giving us a very good opportunity to present here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Any questions from audience side, please? Yeah. If there are no questions, let me ask you, what is innovative idea in the library is presently used? Any place that you give an example to your thesis?
So in India, there are many historical places and unexplored items to be inculcated. The government has taken the first step in 2025 where they have established the first AI museum center in New Delhi. So we wanted to work on this and give more ideas for policy implementation in the vast area so that even the government will be helpful and even the virtual, which will be helping for the visitors. It's not just about India. India should be showcased in the global world. That is our motto.
Any special softwares or any kind of LLMs that you refer to this important museums?
So I would like to use some of the conceptual theories so that has been the base of our documentation, which has been given in USA. I would like my Jigna ma'am to answer for that.
I would like to answer for your question, sir. There is an Smriti 1 in Bhuj something in Gujarat. It is a world's museum, Asia's greatest museum. Regarding it is 2001's earthquake. Their artificial intelligence being used already, where simulator is generated, where real factor, where I can stand in the earthquake, it will happen. So it is simulator is advanced. So there is one example, and another museum is also going to happen in Asia's somewhere in the country. So exactly we are not knowing it, but I'll get it to, we will be having information on that, sir.
Thank you, Suchitra madam. Thank you, and Jigna madam also too. You have questions? No. Yeah. Move on to another question.
Thank you, both of you. Next, I would like to request Mrs. Nandini J, Miss Vaishnavi. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to all. I, Vaishnavi, a student of SSMAV College, here to present on topic Pricing Decision and Customer Perception, an empirical study in Bengaluru City under the guidance of Mrs. Nandini J, SSMAV College Assistant Professor. Yeah, to begin with the introduction, marketing is referred to as a process of identifying customer needs, wants, and to fulfill them. Consumers usually agree to pay high for good and branded quality products. Prices usually differ in three of the situations where in fluctuations of economic conditions, marketing demands, competition, and customer needs. Fair prices can build customer satisfaction, and unfair prices can give rise to dissatisfaction in customers, losing of loyalty, and a negative brand image. Next, coming to the review of literature, mainly I have reviewed the 4 of the papers, that is Kotler and Keller, Nagle and Muller, Hinter, Haber and Lewis, and Tellis, where Kotler and Keller focuses on perceived prices rather than its costs. And they found that prices influences the buying behavior of the consumers. Nagle and Muller focused on product quality rather than its cost. They said that they found that competing better can give higher profits. Hinter, Haber, and Lewis focused on prices change according to the marketing demands. As prices are flexible, they can be used in hotels, airlines, etc. As pricing is more, pricing can be updated easily. And at last, according to Tellis, he focused that discounts can increase the short-time profits, where often uses of discounts can reduce the brand value. Next, mainly there are 2 objectives of the paper. Those are to explore the concept and importance of pricing in marketing mix, to analyze factors influencing pricing decisions. Research methodology, 104 respondents were interviewed during the study, and the data which is collected through primary data, through structured questionnaires and mock interviews, and data is analyzed through statistical tools, percentage analysis, and required graphs and charts. Coming to the research approach, Zeithaml model, also known as Cirqual model, says that service and quality, where consumers, if the consumer needs are exceeding their expectations, they are happy with the product. Where it does not reach their expectations, they lose their loyalty for the product.
Next, coming to the main part of the paper, that is data analysis and interpretation. Demographic data, out of 104 respondents, majority of the respondents who responded are 38% of the respondents who are from 21 to 30 age group. A majority of the females have responded to the questionnaire. That is 55%, 56% of females have responded and only 44% of males have responded. And monthly income of the respondents is more, where they just responded like below 20,000 of the below 20,000 income level of the respondents have responded more. Next, coming to the objectives questionnaire, where 58 respondents strongly agree that price is considered to be as important factor in their buying decision. 42% of them agree that online shopping platforms generally offer better prices than offline stores. Pricing influences the perception of product quality, where 54 respondents agree with the statement. Price reflects the brand image of the product. 38 respondents agree with the statement. And discounts can increase the likelihood of purchasing behavior, where 54 of the respondents agree with it. Next, willingness to pay high for better quality products. 48 respondents agreed with it. And economic conditions affects the willingness to pay. 48 respondents agreed that it affects their willingness to pay. Next, coming to where price is the most important factor in their buying decision, and price is also known as the most influential element in marketing mix. 58 respondents agreed with it. Next, coming to the major findings of the paper, 38 of them agree that price reflects the brand image, where if the prices are low, the consumer perception is that the quality of the product is low. High-priced products the high-priced products are valued more than the low-priced products. Pricing is considered as the important element of marketing mix.
Time up, ma'am.
Okay, last conclusion. Yeah, coming to the
Concluded.
coming to the conclusion, pricing strategy and customer perceptions are interlinked to each other, as as the prices define the quality of the product, as the consumer's income also increases or decreases. So the pricing strategy and consumer perceptions are interlinked to each other. Thank you.
Any questions from audience side? There is a dictum in respect to business world, ceteris paribus. It means ceteris paribus. It means when the people's options like taste, passions, habits, everything remains same, the market that remains same. Almost purchasing power depends upon that dictum all usually. You said in your opinion saying that price is the only reason wherein the purchase power will be deciding on that price. Do you agree with this statement? If my tastes and fashions are different, how can the price remain same?
No, sir. It depends on their personal choice.
The price will not affect them. 58% of the people, you said in your statement, they decide on the purchasing capacity of their own based on the pricing. If the price is cheap, 58% people will come and buy. That's what you defined. If our taste, fashions, habits are different, I don't agree. At the time, am I in the 58% or out of that 58%?
So actually, I'm new to this topic.
No problem. No problem. No problem. Your point is correct. I appreciate your point. You said that 58% of people purchase based on the price only. If the price is cheap, price is high, based on that. There are some people, they are maybe above 58%. Those people are different people. They decide on different categories, like they have their own tastes, passions, habits, all those things. So that is also important point that you excluded, of course. Anyway, presentation good. Thank you very much for all the content you have given.
Thank you, madam. Next, I would like to request Sharada S, Shilpa B, and Vijay Mala GP. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sharada S. It's my great privilege to present my first research paper in the college that I have studied. The title of the paper is Beyond Green Labels, Assessing Awareness, Economic Impact and Marketing Strategies in Sustainable Tourism, with special reference to Karnataka. So, tourism, being a part of the tertiary sector of the economy, is contributing and it's gaining its popularity and contributing to the much of the state's GDP. So, it is a high time for us to inculcate the sustainable practices in these tourism sector, where we will be earning the profits. At the same time, we will be protecting the nature, and at the same time, we will be helping to develop the local communities that participates in the tourism sector. So we have totally analyzed 12 research papers. Out of this, we have identified a gap that all the research papers have suggested what are all the sustainable practices that can be implemented in the tourism sector, but nobody has mentioned about the sustainable certifications that can be done and the marketing strategies that can be used in sustainable tourism practices. And we have proposed a model where they can use for starting their own business in sustainable tourism practices. So based on this, we have arrived at the four objectives, that is to assess the public awareness about the word sustainability and the marketing strategies in sustainable tourism activities, and to evaluate the impact of sustainable tourism certifications, and lastly, to suggest a framework for the sustainable tourism business model. The scope of the study contains Karnataka, but just for the collection of primary data, we have kept the scope as the Bengaluru city. So we have used descriptive and analytical methods of research, and we have collected both primary and secondary data, and using purposive sampling method under the non-probability technique have been used, and we have used the tools like percentage analysis, tabular analysis, and graphical representations. So as the Bengaluru city is the scope of the study and Karnataka is the scope of the study, most of the findings cannot be generalized to the whole of the country. And the dynamic nature of the tourism sector itself may invalidate the current findings. So we have collected data from totally 121 respondents, where we have 58 male respondents and 63 female respondents, and no information could be collected from the transgender. And most of the respondents are from middle income group. Yes, this is the basic thing why I took up this research, because most of us think sustainability is only concerned about environmental conservation, but it is not actually. The United Nations Environmental Program has suggested 17 sectors that will be related to the sustainable development. So most of the respondents have told that sustainability is only related to the environmental protection. Only 29 respondents have answered that sustainability is related to the sustainability development goals that was declared in Rio de Janeiro Earth Summit. And yes, most of the respondents have told that we'll search for the eco-friendly accommodations, but we are not ready to pay for the higher prices for the eco-friendly accommodations. So when it comes to the sustainable tourism certifications, these are the third-party institutions that will certify our products or the services or overall the business activities that satisfy certain economic conditions, certain environmental conditions, as well as the social conditions. If they satisfy all these triple bottom line conditions, then they will get a sustainable certification, which will be enhancing their brand image, and it will be helpful for earning the greater profits. Yeah, these are the differences between those businesses that have adopted sustainability certifications and non-sustainable certifications. So third is to analyze the marketing strategies. I think tourism is the only sector that is gaining more revenue without any marketing strategies or less of the marketing strategies. But I think the storytelling narrations are more required to explore more of the tourism places. And the last objective is to propose a new model for the sustainable tourism businesses where
Time, ma'am.
I will conclude, ma'am.
Okay.
Only 3 of the pillars have been used now, that is sustainability, regulations, and rules and regulations. But we have proposed the 6 models that can be kept as base for starting up any tourism businesses with the sustainability. So to conclude this presentation, I would like to tell that there is a greater scope to create awareness among the people about the word sustainability itself. So with that, we think Karnataka tourism can develop a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I just want to explain this image. This was the image that comes to us mind whenever our teacher used to tell us, draw a picture. So let this imagination sustain even for our future generation. Thank you.
Any questions, please?
Along with questions, any suggestions are also wholeheartedly welcomed because this is my first research paper. But we can't tell which is the most sustainable. In fact, I would like to mention a blue flag certified beach that is in Padubidri, Udupi, that is considered as the first beach certified in Karnataka. Any queries or any suggestions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to request Mrs. Nisha A.K. and Dr. Mobinder Kaur. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, respected chair of the session, other participants, research scholars, and students. I am Nisha, research scholar, Department of English, Tumkur University, working under the guidance of Dr. Monbinder Kaur. My topic, Dhvanyaloka as a space for language and literary discourse, attempts to explore the role of Dhvanyaloka, the Center for English Studies, Research and Indigenous Arts in cultivating literary culture in Mysore, providing a space for language and literary discourse. Western education in Mysore commenced in the last quarter of the 19th century. For the first time, education was available to everyone, regardless of class, caste, religion, or gender. This marked a shift towards equality. Previously, only upper-class men could access schools and pursue higher education. With the introduction of Western education and English medium schools, this changed. Women and men from lower classes were also allowed to pursue higher education. The Institute of Advanced Studies at Princeton University, where Albert Einstein used to walk like a prophet of biblical days, inspired Professor C.D. Narasimhaya to set up an institution at Mysore in a similar manner. By providing space for negotiations and discussions, Dhvanyaloka had tried to connect people. Such practices contribute to the sustainability of literary studies by encouraging research scholars and sustaining multilingual engagement between Indian and global literary traditions. Here, space refers to 3 types: intellectual space, cultural space, and social space. Intellectual space is a place where disagreement and debate was allowed, encouraging interpretation, permitting multiple perspectives, indulging in critical dialogues where the space continued to exist through ideas exchanged, papers published, and networks formed, turning it into a space for thinking. It is a cultural space where cultural values were negotiated, a place where local and global interacted. It also mediated between Kannada literary tradition and English literary modernity. In the context of literary discourse, space refers to intellectual, institutional, and cultural field that enable production, circulation, and negotiation of literary ideas. It was a social space as well, as writers, academicians, scholars, critics, institutions, universities, and journals created a network of relations. Dwanyaloka was a site where literary debates were institutionalized, critical vocabularies were formed, and networks were sustained. Through international seminars, symposiums, workshops, and publication of the literary criterion, Dwanyaloka raised generations of scholars, authors, and academicians, introducing Indian aesthetics into English literary studies. Choosing the name Dwanyaloka after the landmark 9th century treatise Anandavardhana evidently was to consciously link the center with its own traditions of poetics, reaching out for the actualization of aesthetic experience through rasa, dwani, emotion, and the emotion created through suggestion. Professor C.D. Narasimhaya was encouraged by T.S. Eliot's The Criterion and F.R. Lewis' The Scrutiny, and thus the literary criterion was published. It was actually launched in 1952 by Professor C.D. Narasimhaya along with his students. So Dwanyaloka, through the publication of the literary criterion and the hosting of seminars, symposia, and workshops, establish an intellectual activity, encouraging creative writing and critical thinking. Rejecting the difference between East and West highlights Professor C.D. Narasimhaya's concept of thinking globally while living locally. So when I relate to the research gaps so far, work has been done on critical works of Professor C.D. Narasimhaya, but no work has been done on the institution, that is Dwanyaloka, and as a space for literary discourse. The objective is to explore the role of Dwanyaloka in emanating literary culture, as well as providing a space for negotiations and discussions, a space for scholars to come together, creating a social space to bridge local as well as global. Thank you.
Madam, the topic is very innovative, of course. With respect to literature, Dwanyaloka has given a lot of resource and maybe it's a kind of great thing it has done, no doubt in it.
Thank you.
Apart from this, how do you navigate your thesis to the present theme of this international seminar?
No, I have to start with that saying, I'm sorry, it is not exactly linked to the the theme provided by this. But since the sub-themes were given, there was a particular theme related to literature. There is a sub-theme, literature through the lens of sustainability. There's language and literature also was given, so I had to connect it because my subject is English literature. And actually, my guide had also suggested to work on it, on language and literature.
Fine, the topic is good, no doubt in it. Did you ever meet Dr. C.D. Narasimhaya?
No, yeah, I had interviewed his son, Professor C.N. Srinath, and others associated with, but C.D. Narasimhaya passed away in the year 2005, 5 or 6 or so. I couldn't meet him.
I met him in the year 1991.
Is it, sir?
Good.
Yeah, we are fortunate to have met him. So my thesis is related to that. That is
Yeah,
connected.
I was in
Dwanyaloka.
I was in Dwanyaloka for about 2-3 days, spending so much time.
Is it, sir?
Yeah. See, Narasimhaya's son, Srinath.
Srinath.
Yeah, yeah.
Now he is the
looking after
director.
that.
He is taking care of everything.
Anyway,
used to
thank you
meet-
very much.
Oh, thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
madam. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to request Dr. Chaya Anil Kumar. Over to you, ma'am.
Very good afternoon to the chair, moderator, and all the dignitaries present on the dais, off the dais. So today I'll be presenting my paper on the topic, Role of Social Media in the Promotion of Spiritual Tourism in India. So to tell you I'll go directly to the objective with a brief introduction due to the paucity of time. Tourism is booming, especially spiritual tourism in India. After the Prayagraj, Mahakumbh and Ayodhya temple, and especially among the youths, the spiritual tourism is attracting masses. So my main objective is to analyze the usage of social media and also to study the young minds, that the youth interest in spiritual tourism, and also analyze the influence of digital tools in promoting spiritual tourism. This is a qualitative study using secondary data. I have referred many books, journals, website, blogs, podcasts, newspaper, magazines, and survey reports. So directly to my findings and discussion about it, I'd like to start with a quote. That is, clearly the thing that's transforming is not the technology, it's the technology that is transforming you, which is very apt. I think I could connect it with my findings later. So social media sphere, this is the 2020-25 data report in the worldwide, each country, according to India. In the world, there are 522 billion people worldwide who use internet, and in 971.50 million in India use internet, and 500 million people in India have social media identities. That is, anyone social media they have, and among them, female is very less. Is 35.6 and 64.5 male. That shows male access social media more than female in our country. And average social media user visits 6 to 7 different platforms each month, and they spend nearly around 2 hours and 20 minutes. And when it comes to the age use, it's very interesting to see, I mentioned the two red this thing, between 25 and 35 years, 26.1 males and 10.6% female, right, in the age group. And in the 65 plus, only 1.4 men and 0.6 female. The interesting here is, as the age increases, the interest in social media accessing is decreasing, and it's in the youths who are accessing more in that age group. Social media belong to that age. And when it comes to my second objective, to talk about tourism in India, Indian tourism has surpassed that is during the COVID time. Before that, tourism was in a very, I'm not telling in a bad shape, and it was okay type. It was slowly, it was moving, but after the COVID time, and especially the spiritual tourism boomed, and thanks to the online, which everything was happening through the online, even the puja, even in the religious temple, and even many churches, they offered their Sundays proceeding through the YouTubes, the services they were accessing. So international tourists, 20.57 million in 2024, with an increase of 14.82%. And domestic tours, when you talked about the tourists, the traveling, we can see 2948.9 million visited in 2024, and international arrival was 20.57 million. And tourism contributed 5.22% of GDP for the economic sector growth, and also they generated both indirect and direct jobs. And top destination in India was Uttar Pradesh. Tamil Nadu ranked second with 306.8 million visiting the Tamil Nadu state, and Karnataka stands third. And spiritual tourism in India, to my topic here, in spiritual tourism is constituting 60% of the tourism in India, according to the Times of India report recently. And the major drive, the spiritual tourism is driving the economic growth. Because of this, it has generated many employment and better infrastructure facilities have been provided now. And in fact, they're still providing. And various tourism schemes have been initiated by the government to popularize the tourism in our country, like Prasad scheme and many other schemes they have already implemented. And even in the recent budget, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitaram she has allotted a fund for the tourism growth as a sustainable. Yes, madam, I'll just try to tell that there are 600 million people visited Kumbh Mela, and after Ayodhya temple, almost every day, 1 to 2 lakhs people are visiting Ayodhya. This just, I want to highlight this. This is in IBF spiritual tourism. When I was referring, I found very thing. Spiritual tourism, they said, usually has two purposes, it seems. One for pilgrimage, only to seek divine blessings they go, and other for education purpose, like they visit some religious discourse, workshops, or to learn yoga, meditation. And next, I'll just show the slide here that how how it is going to help. Because of this online facility, spiritual tourism is booming in India, and especially many temples now they're offering virtual darshan, virtual puja they can click. And another Varanasi, this is in the world, we should be very proud to tell Varanasi stands second in the world. First is Kyoto, Japan, and the third is Vatican City. So second, and it has the 2.8 million searches, social media searches for the Varanasi. And when it comes to the youth, since the time is very less, I'll just show the slide how they are reinventing, reimagining, and reclaiming. And this I want to highlight. This is the recent news on December 31st. Many youngsters visited Ayodhya, Varanasi, and many other religious places, holy places, to seek divine blessing than attending New Year Eve party. And just these are the projection, how it's the spiritual tourism is going to help the country, and how it is going to generate, and how it's going to help the CAGR up to 10.2. It has been projected, and how they are accessing tier 2 cities also for this thing to go on a leisure tour. And finally, to conclude, the FOMO has been created, especially by the social media, to their collective narratives, the visuals, and everyone, whoever though, especially the solo trip, they make on their Facebook, Instagram reels, and everyone want to, that they have created that FOMO, especially Kumbh Mela became attracted because of the FOMO created. And I just want to end with the quote again, as I said, why, according to Martin Luther King, to other countries I may go as a tourist, but to India I come as a pilgrim. That shows the popularity of country, what we call it as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, where all religion, sector, caste, and for everyone, it is, as I told, purpose, education. They come here, they explore, and tourism industry is here to boom, and social media is there to promote. This paper concludes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions? Madam, apart from the booming of spiritual tourism, as your paper presents, is there any uniqueness or innovative point that you want to share out of your research?
Yes, sir. Actually, why I took spiritual, because I focused, tourism is a vast subject. In that, I wanted to narrow it down to spiritual tourism, because I have seen, I'm a teacher, I have seen my students. Last month, where there was Diwali, I saw many of students visiting many holy places to see. And my own son, who is a teenager, he goes to temples. He want to explore temples. He want to go on what you call as Navadarshana, and now we want to go for this thing, Chardham. In their age, where his own friends, weekends they go to parties, they will be enjoying other things, but he want to go to temples and to take the divine blessings. It's not only him, many of his friends. So this, I'm not telling only my son, because I've seen students, and it is booming. Wherever we go, even when we go on to any places, holy places, we see more youngsters. And as I said, social media, recording everything aspect, that has been trending. As I'm a media academician, I was more interested, because we always call technology has both the purpose, positive and negative. If you take it positive, you can. But if you can take it as a negative, it can destroy anything. What is happening in cybercrime, whatever it is. So it's in our hand, but this is a welcome change, I thought, spiritual tourism, because youngsters are coming back to the spiritual mode, more into the.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank
You have a
you,
lot
sir.
of things to say, but time constraints.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you once again, ma'am. Next, I would request to Ms. Mafzala M. and Dr. Shubhi Agarwal. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Mafzala M. I am a postgraduate student from the Department of Food Science and Nutrition, Mount Carmel College. So coming to my research title, Interrelationship between Dietary Micronutrients and Body Composition Mediated by Lifestyle Factors in Indian Women aged 30 to 59 years. So the need of the study. Adult women in India show rising levels of obesity and reduced skeletal muscle mass, largely due to poor physical activity or poor dietary habits. And these factors tend to worsen with age. Adulthood is a crucial window where long-term diet and all the lifestyle factors, they shape the body composition. So any misbalance or poor balance among this will have a drastic impact on the body composition. So this will set in the stage for development of non-communicable diseases either now or pretty much earlier in life. So most previous studies have relied either on a single nutrient or on BMI, failing to capture the combined effects of these lifestyle factors and diet and body composition together. The review of literature mainly focuses on how Indian diets are deficient in micronutrients and how body composition has a negative impact with increasing age. Coming to the aim, to establish an association between dietary micronutrient intake and major body composition parameters by evaluating the influence of lifestyle factors among Indian women aged 30 to 59 years. Coming to the objectives of the study, to assess body composition parameters and lifestyle factors, to estimate dietary intake of micronutrients. Moving ahead with research design. So the setting is urban Bengaluru, cross-sectional study design, where inclusion criteria was women aged 30 to 59 years, anyone above or below were excluded, men of every age group are excluded, and women with any terminal conditions like end-stage organ failure, cancer, Parkinson's, HIV, pregnant lactating women were excluded in the study. So phase 1 of the study began with consent acquisition and pilot study inclusive of 18 samples. The final sample collection was inclusive of 200 participants. Coming to the phase 2 of the study, from which included from study variables till data collection. Phase 3 of the study was inclusive of analysis and interpretation. As I mentioned, independent variables, micronutrients, physical activity, sleep, stress, and its dependency on the dependent variable, body composition parameters. This is a few snapshots of the data collection that happened. Coming to the results and discussion, a total of 200 participants were assessed for body composition and lifestyle parameters. The mean age of the participants was around 49 years. Anthropometric and body composition parameters were evaluated to determine the nutritional status of the participants. BMI showed a positive increase along with age, but this BMI increase was more associated with body fat than skeletal muscle mass. And the rise in BMI was primarily attributed to an increase in body fat. Normality tests and correlation tests were performed to examine the association between body composition and lifestyle factors. Statistical significance was determined using appropriate correlation tests. Coming to the GPAT total scores, 80% of the total participants showed moderate physical activity, whereas still 18% of the participants showed low physical activity. Coming to the perceived stress scale, 55% of the total participants showed high levels of stress among Indian women, especially the Bengaluru setting. Then coming to the PSQI, the Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index, 58% of the participants showed good sleep quality, but we cannot ignore the factor that 43% of the participants yet showed poor sleep quality. Coming to the results, so this basically talks about correlation and significance, where BMI is positively correlated with body fat. As BMI increases, body fat increases. Hand grip and calf circumference increases with an increase in the skeletal muscle mass. Coming to the GPAC and the body fat percentage, increase in physical activity will show a decrease in the body fat percentage or vice versa. Increase in body fat percentage and visceral fat shows a decline in the physical activity levels. Coming to increase in sedentary hours will show a decrease in percentage body fat as well as an increase in in-body score. So in-body score is something which talks about our metabolic health. Higher the score, better indication of metabolic health. And coming to PSQI and PSS, with body fat and in-body, increase in stress levels showed a decline in the body fat percentage. But it was not very significant depending on the population size. Yes. So this is about the dietary micronutrient intake, where over 50% of the micronutrients showed lesser than 50% adequacy in comparison with EAR. Concluding my presentation, estimation of body composition is a vital element of assessing nutritional status, and body composition parameters showed significant associations with lifestyle factors, highlighting the multidimensional determinants of adiposity and muscle mass. So promoting optimal nutrient intake and balanced lifestyles during adulthood lay the foundation for a healthier aging and also for the prevention of NCDs later on in life.
Thank you, ma'am.
These are the basic strengths, limitations, and references. Thank you so much.
Any questions? Bipsula madam, in a single sentence, will you advise for a common man?
Yes, sir.
For a layman, how is the maybe micronutrients important? Without that, what will happen? If we neglect the micronutrients, what will happen for a common man?
The basic first thing we can talk about is about their immunity or their current health status. So from micronutrients, the major concept related to our body is basic formation of immunity, the basic formation of strength to do things, the sustenance to do things comes from micronutrients as well, because micronutrients also derive are the cofactors which are required for the absorption of macronutrients in the body.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. B12 absorption is the major concern than the consumption. So a person who is not having good levels of acidity or not having good intestinal tract layer, or the villi, the microvilli is lesser, that means that no matter how much ever you take, B12 is going to be on the lesser side. And it is not necessarily after 35 years B12 is going to decline. It is from the very start itself, as we see today in the early adulthood lifestyle factors where B12 or micronutrients are being ignored. So B12 absorption is more important than B12 consumption.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Sneha MV and Dr. Shubhi Agarwal. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, very good afternoon, everyone who are presenting here. I am Sneha MV, a postgraduate student, currently pursuing Masters in Food Science and Nutrition from Mount Carmel College. So today I'm going to talk about on research topic that is like based on the development of the characterization and development of vitamin C rich pineapple beverage using a ginger bug as my fermenting agent. Coming to the part of introduction, need of the study and rationale of the study. So currently, pineapple is usually rich in vitamin C sources. Inclusion of the ginger bug and the orange peel powder, it is majorly basically focusing on the sustainability development. So incorporating these three functional components, which usually focus on the nutrient enhancement and the enhancing of the functionality of the particular drink. So the need and the rationale of the study, it usually focuses on the Due to the increasing prevalence of the lifestyle disorder and some of the health issues, this drink usually focus on their gut health and improve the gut access. The ginger bark usually it is like combination of the yeast and the lactic acid bacteria, which synergetically provides the benefit of the probiotic category. So it in other perspective, it will enhance the gut absorption. So the aim of the study is to develop a non-dairy based functional drink. It usually focuses on the functional enhancement and functional improvement and sustainability food processing. And the two objectives to standardize the beverage based on their different concentration and to assess the physical characteristics of the developed beverage. So these are all the review of the literatures. That is like previously the studies has been done on the pineapple beverage and ginger bug also. That is like they use the marketly that is available culture that is like lactobacillus culture. But my study is like currently focusing on the traditionally used culture, that is like preparation of the ginger bug at the home level. Coming to the product standardization. So basically, first is the procurement of the ingredients. So all the raw ingredients will be procured and the processing of the ginger bug and the peel powder will be gone on. Ginger bug processing, it will usually it will take from 3 to 5 days. When the active bubble of the ginger bug is like found on the particular culture, then it indicates the activation of the ginger bug. Then the peel powder, like peel is taken and then it go blanched and dipped in the sugar syrup. Then it is like incorporated in the juices. So next is the formation of the beverage based on the variation 1, variation 2 and variation 3. Based on the concentration of the ginger and orange peel concentration, the incorporation of the peel and the ginger is activated. So further on, overall it will go for the fermentation for 12 hours. After 12 hours, it will be like refrigerated. Next is the standardization of the recipe. So basically the recipe standardization is based on the juice and the water concentration that is like matching with the gingerbread concentration and the peel powder that is like dissolved in the water. So total the recipe will be like focused on the 400 ml overall together. These are the phases of the analysis. First, it will go for the sensory analysis using the 9-point hedonic scale. Later in the sensory analysis, which is the product that has been best variation that has been most acceptable for the consumer. Further, it will go for the physicochemical analysis, like in the factor of pH, acidity, and other is the titrable acidities. Next, after the part of the physicochemical, then it will go for the analysis part. So this is the finding of the sensory analysis. That is like, it is like shown that between the variation, there was no statistically significant difference. That is like p-value is actually a greater than 0.05, but there was a numerical difference. That is like actually V3 shows the higher numerical acceptance, that is in the aspect of the mean. It shows that the higher proportion of the ginger bug and the higher proportion of the orange peel powder, it is synergetically binding with the pineapple juice. So it is like most acceptable product. So this is a sensory graph based on all the attributes, how the analysis has been done. So in that all the attributes, V3 concentration is like showing the more mean value percentage. So these are the results from the physiochemical analysis that is based on the pH, titrable acidity, and the Briggs percentage. So overall in this also, in the physicochemical analysis also, comparing to the control and the variation V3 has a most physicochemical analysis part. Then these are the strength and the limitations. So usually it focuses on the sustainability process and the digestibility process, and also the potential enhancing of the nutrition drinks of the beverage. And the limitation is like based on the fermentation time also, the quality of the juice may also vary, and it is depend on the seasonal availability of the raw materials also.
Time up, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll conclude. These are the like live pictures that has been captured during the processing and peeling absorption and all. So what are the sensory analysis had been gone off, and the bug preparation that is like traditionally prepared bug and the peel powders. So to conclude this presentation, so basically this is an ongoing research. So further proximate analysis need to be done for this development product. Then for till now, whatever I've developed, it shows the well physicochemical analysis based on the fermentation. That is like indicate that ginger along with a combination of the peel powder, that is orange peel powder, and the pineapple juice has accepted the better quality in the aspect of pH, Briggs, that is like total soluble solids, and the titrable acidity also. And it is like giving a pleasant mouthfeel and best consumer acceptance. These are my reference.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Neha, madam, how do you navigate your research with the present topic that we have been?
It is basically focusing on the sustainability process because I'm adding the orange peel powder. It is like in the world, orange is like production is some 70 to 80 million from the world, but is like waste of the peel, orange peel is like some 30 to 40 million in overall the world. So it is like contributing the sustainability process by incorporating the peel powder in the drink. Also, along with the sustainability, it is also giving the component of phenolic antioxidant flavonoids component to the juice, which I'm developing.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Now, I request Miss Yashaswini Yes. Over to you, ma'am.
Respected Chair and Moderator, distinguished scholars and esteemed participants, it is rightly said, justice delayed is justice denied. In a country where millions of cases are pending, it is just not mere question of adjudication, but it is the question of sustainable justice and access to justice for all. I'm Yashaswini, Assistant Professor in the Department of History from Kelly Law College. Today, I present my paper titled Alternate Dispute Resolution Mechanism, that is History of Mediation. This study examines how mediation evolved in India, right from ancient India up to the modern statutory laws, and how it contributes to the economic, social, and institutional sustainability. Background to the concept of mediation. Mediation is often perceived as a contemporary alternative dispute mechanism. However, historically, it is deeply rooted in Indian civilization. If you have to refer to the ancient period, we have rich source of literature which speaks about, with Vedic literature which speaks about, which emphasizes on mediation, and also the Dharma Shastras, be it Manusmriti, be it Narada Smriti, Brihaspati Smriti, which emphasizes highlights on the conciliatory measures to resolve disputes. Further, Arthashastra by Kautilya, he also speaks about fourfold policy, emphasizing on the Sama or the conciliation. Apart from the other Sama, Bheda, Dhana, and Danda, he emphasizes on Sama, that is conciliation. Thus, mediation in India was not adversarial, it was restorative, community-oriented, and harmony-driven. And even during medieval period, we see that the conception of sulh or reconciliation was given importance, where disputes were resolved through reconciliation. Regarding research gap, while ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution Mechanism, has been widely discussed, there is limited scholarship linking mediation with our traditional practices with the modern legal institutions. There is also insufficient integration of traditional mediation practices with contemporary legal discourse. Accordingly, my paper aims to trace the historical evolution in India, to analyze constitutional and statutory recognition, particularly under the Constitution of India and ADR-related laws, to evaluate mediation's role in promoting sustainable justice. Hypothesis, I have referred to the primary and secondary sources, that is literature from ancient period and medieval period. Key findings, these findings indicate that mediation has civilizational continuity in India. Post-independence period, we see that judicial and legislative developments have institutionalized mediation, and digital and community-based mediation enhance inclusivity and efficiency. Most significantly, mediation aligns with the principles of restorative justice, promoting reconciliation over retribution. From a historical standpoint, mediation reflects India's long-standing emphasis on collective harmony over individual victory. So therefore, I would say mediation is not merely an alternative dispute resolution mechanism. It is a historically rooted and future-oriented mechanism of justice, contributing to economic, social, and institutional sustainability. I would like to conclude saying that mediation represents a bridge between India's traditional wisdom and its modern constitutional work. Thus, mediation in India as a dispute resolution mechanism can ensure that justice in India becomes not only accessible but sustainable. In the words of Mahatma Gandhi, in a gentle way, you can shake the world. Mediation embodies that gentle strength, resolving conflicts not through coercion but through consents. I would like to end with a thought-provoking line. Courts can decide disputes, but only dialogue can resolve them. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yashaswini madam, you have presented very nice way. One point is, what is the strength of your research paper?
Sir, nowadays for every issue, be it property issue, be it family issue, all the civil matters, usually common people, they are directed towards the code of law. So my research says that we have been practicing this dispute resolution mechanism right from our ancient period, and it is very indigenous to our culture. So why don't we direct these common people to approach the mediation centers that have been facilitated by the constitutional laws? So very recently, Mediation Act was enforced in 2023, where it says it establishes mediation centers in all the high courts and district courts. But common people are not aware of this. Usually mediation, we refer it as alternative dispute resolution mechanism. It is alternative. So it is, I would say it is not alternative. It is sustainable and indigenous right from our ancient times. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to request Ms. Komala and Dr. Mary Jennifer Sharmila P. Over to you, ma'am.
Komal.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Good afternoon to the jury. And good afternoon to all the faculty members. I'm Komal. I'm an oncology dietitian at Bangalore Baptist Hospital. And today I'm presenting my research on awareness of PCOS and intervention on its prevention strategies among the adolescent girls. This is under the guidance of Dr. Mary Jennifer Sharmila. This topic basically reflects my strong belief in the fact that prevention is always better, and it should be started long before it reaches the hospital. A little background on my topic. PCOS is not just a hormonal disorder, but rather it is a metabolic disorder. It affects about 6 to 8% women globally and about 17 to 18% in the Indian adolescents. Now, PCOS is characterized by irregular menstrual cycle, hyperandrogenism, insulin resistance, and the long-term risk factors include the type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, infertility, and also endometrial cancer. Talking about the literature gap. The first one is the current existing research focuses mostly on the prevalence and the management. and it's mostly the hospital-based studies. Secondly, missing preventive emphasis, that is neglected early prevention and very little nutrition interventions. Thirdly, methodological limitations, that is minimum behavior assessment, lack of integrated lifestyle approach. And what is the future need? There is more need for the community intervention. My research question: does a structural nutrition education program significantly improve awareness and understanding of the PCOS and its prevention strategies among the adolescent girls? The objectives of my studies are: first, assess the awareness level of the PCOS among the adolescent girls, evaluate dietary, physical activity, and sleep pattern. Third, implement the nutrition education program. Fourth, assess impact of my intervention. The null hypothesis: there is no significant impact of NEP created on awareness of PCOS among adolescent population. Coming to the research design and the sampling, the research design was one group pre-test, post-test interventional study design. The duration was 3 months. The sample size were 100 adolescent girls, which has been rounded off. The age group is between the 12 to 16 years, as mentioned in the inclusion and the exclusion criteria box. Setting: urban CBSE school, Bengaluru. And the ethical consent from all the adolescent girls who were selected for the study was taken from the parents. Methodology: as mentioned in the flowchart, there was a construction of questionnaire which covered the topics on socioeconomic information, anthropometric measurements, dietary pattern, physical activity, and sleep pattern, followed by which there was a selection of the place, selection of the subject, data collection using questionnaire, and then there was conduction of the NEP, and that was through the PowerPoint presentation, which covered on the topics awareness of PCOS, diet to manage PCOS, sleep and physical activity, followed by which there was videos on the healthy recipes, yoga, and also post the NEP session, which was held after 4 weeks, there was a distribution of the pamphlet given to the adolescent girls. And also there was an assessment questionnaire given to them to assess their knowledge. And also that was followed by the statistical analysis. So the methodology, as it was mentioned earlier also, the whole study was divided into 3 phases. Phase 1 was the pre-test analysis that covered the topics on PCOS knowledge, dietary behavior, sleep pattern, physical activity, and pattern, and also anthropometric measurements. The following graphs basically shows us the responses. As we can very clearly see that not the awareness, not aware of the term PCOS, and then there is second is the awareness. Initially, it was just 90% who were not aware of the PCOS, and only 10% of the entire population knew about the PCOS. Now, coming to all... Okay.
Komal, madam,
Yes.
what is the uniqueness of your research paper?
So the uniqueness of my paper is the fact that there has been a research gap in not addressing PCOS, which is mostly prevalent in the adolescent girls through NEP in any of the schools, be it urban, be it rural. When we come to the rural also, we have Anganwadi as one of the leading hands, which is again, it's bridging the communication gap. And not just that, also the information gap. So why are we not utilizing them? And why are we not educating those girls on the menstrual hygiene? And not just that, even the PCOS as a condition, like it was also mentioned earlier, the long-term effects and the risk factors for it, cardiovascular, endometrial cancer. There are a lot of other long-term risks that needs to be addressed. And if it is addressed in the earlier terms, then I don't think so there's nothing better than that, I feel. So that research gap is something that I really want to address. I have started with just an urban school. If there is an opportunity provided to me, I would definitely like to take this study even further and educate these girls even more. So that's one uniqueness about my study.
What can you identify a single very important finding out of your research?
The research gap?
No, single what you identified in your research, single finding that is very, very unique finding. Apart from the maybe difference between rural, city, those in difference, okay. Apart from that, a unique finding in your research?
Yes, sir. As I speak of this, the urban school adolescents, they are more indulgent into the fast food. There is no proper sleep cycle to them. There is more exposure to the screen and very little physical activity. And that leads to a sedentary lifestyle wherein that has led to PCOS. So that was mostly, we feel that the rural girls or, who are very little accessible to these information are more prone to getting these disease condition, but it wasn't the case. In fact, the urban area where there is more accessible to good information, they have chosen something that is more easier for them. And those are the cases where we see most of them landing in the case.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to request Mr. Ramaswamy T. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson, moderator, and esteemed scholars. My research paper is Bridging Science, Society, and Language, Rethinking English Pedagogy in Karnataka's Agriculture Universities. Currently, I'm doing research in Tumkur University under the guardianship of Dr. Gundur sir. Okay. My paper, Bridging Science, Society and Language, Rethinking English Pedagogy in Karnataka's Agriculture Universities, explores how English operates within agriculture universities and how it can better connect scientific knowledge with rural society. Agriculture universities in Karnataka are central to sustainability and rural transformation. However, English dominates academic publication, policy framework, and digital platform. At the same time, a substantial proportion of students come from Kannada medium and first-generation rural backgrounds. This creates a linguistic transition gap between schooling and English medium higher education. Although English in higher education has been widely researched, there is limited focus on agriculture universities as a specialized scientific institutions. Rural multilingual learners remain underrepresented in pedagogical debates. Additionally, sustainability discourse and translanguaging practices are rarely integrated into formal English curricula in such contexts. These gaps motivated the present study. The study has 4 main objectives. First, to examine existing English pedagogy in Karnataka's agriculture universities. Second, to identify linguistic and curricular challenges. Third, to analyze translanguaging practices in classrooms. Fourth and final, to propose an inclusive and context-based or context-sensitive pedagogic framework. The study is theoretically grounded in Pierre Bourdieu's concept of linguistic capital, Robert Philipson theory of linguistic imperialism, Garcia and Leeway translanguaging framework, and Kanakarajan's translingual practice, and finally, sustainability education and under Sterling. These perspectives help explain how English functions as both opportunity and structural power. The central hypothesis proposes the context-sensitive multilingual pedagogy, enhances academic participation and disciplinary comprehension among agriculture university students. Methodologically, this research adopts a qualitative and interpretive design. It includes curriculum analysis, 20 classroom observation, and interviews with 18 students and 8 faculty members of different 6 major universities, agriculture university in Karnataka. The data were analyzed using thematic content analysis to identify recurring patterns. The findings indicate that approximately 40 to 50% of students come from Kannada medium backgrounds. Many experience epistemic anxiety where English proficiency becomes equated with intellectual ability. However, classroom organically employ translanguaging practices. Teachers frequently use Kannada to clarify complex concepts, and students negotiate technical terminology bilingually. These practices enhance conceptual understanding, but are not formally recognized in assessment systems. Another key finding in curriculum misalignment, English courses largely emphasize grammar and generic communication skills, with limited training in agriculture-specific tasks such as drafting farmer advisories, translating research findings, or sustainability communication. Furthermore, students face challenges in digital writing and translational competence, crucial skills in today's agriculture extension ecosystem. In conclusion, English in agriculture universities must shift from a gatekeeping mechanism to a mediational bridge, recognizing multilingual realities, integrating sustainability, discourse, and strengthening digital and translation competencies are essential for equitable reform. Finally, the study contributes to broader debates on linguistic equity, knowledge democratization, and socially responsive higher education in multilingual context. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
for
you,
this
sir.
opportunity.
Time up.
Ramaswamy, sir.
Sir.
You are just you have undertaken research, particularly with respect to Kannada or English?
English, sir.
English subject. Okay. How do you find when you are teaching in the English classroom in agriculture university,
Yes, sir.
the importance of English language in the classroom?
The importance of
English language in the classroom, agriculture university.
Because
You are
most-
teaching, no, agriculture university?
Yes, sir. I teach in
Yeah,
agriculture
yeah.
universities.
In that,
Since 9 years, I'm teaching in
yeah,
the
in that agriculture, in that agriculture university setup, in that atmosphere, do you find the place which is recognized place in for English subject in that place?
Of course, I noticed because there is an importance of English subject as a language, as a knowledge system. It is required, sir, because most of the subjects in agriculture, like entomology, they're all English terms. The terminology is English terms. So that is not reachable to students easily. So English acts as a bridge between students to the agriculture knowledge, main agriculture knowledge. Most of the terminologies are in English only. That work it does, sir. The importance given from the university is also good, sir, to English.
Yeah. That English only just a sake of communicative English. That much they are teaching. Are they teaching with respect to the enhancing the skills of skills and competence of a language they are teaching?
Sir,
Which
along
one?
with the communication.
Only communication they are teaching, or they are empowering their competence. Which one?
Like personality development also I teach, sir.
Mm.
Personality development, communication skills,
Mm.
and phonemes also. That sorry, phonetics also. So that part also is there in syllabus. So now they started to give importance to the English also. They came to know that the importance of English.
Usually, it is a opinion that they give the stepmother importance to the English.
Of course, that that is there, sir. But I started teaching a different, like inculcating all these part, like phonetics, teaching phonetics, how to speak, how to pronounce English words, and also linking the eco-criticism to the students to the their subject. Like this, I started to teach, sir.
Okay.
Thank
you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Hello.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Next,
Hello.
I would like to request Miss Saheda Musbah, Miss Saida Misbah Mohammed Rahman, Dr. Mary Jennifer Sharmila P. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. My research topic is on development and evaluation of NutriBar using functional ingredients. Myself, Sada Misbah, and Mary Jennifer, who's an assistant professor who guided me. So starting off with, what is functional foods? In simple words, let me explain you what is functional foods. Nothing but it's a dietary item that offers health benefits beyond basic nutrition and often helping in the treatment, management, and prevention of chronic disease. Moving forward, what is ready to eat foods? It refers to the food item that have been cleaned, packed before made available to the consumption. So my research topic is mainly about utilization of high waste index ingredients. So if you see my objectives, I have made a standardized NutriBar, and next is the sensory acceptability was also checked. Nutrient composition was also analyzed, and production cost also was analyzed. So here, if you see, the high waste index ingredients are something that is mainly ignored. So the foods that are highly ignored and have health benefits and nutritional value. Some of the examples of high waste ingredients are fruit peels, different seeds, vegetable peels. So here, mainly in Indian population, there is low awareness. The foods that are used are usually the ignored ingredients. The hypothesis of this topic is the developed NutriBar can be recommended to the ready-to-eat healthy snack bar. Second is the increase in the ingredients proportion will not affect the sensory NutriBar. This was conducted in Bishop Cotton Women's Christian College, and the foods that I have used in this is date seeds, watermelon seeds, pumpkin seeds, sweet potato. There were 3 variations that was made in this. First one, the date seeds was taken as 10 grams and the sweet potato as well. Moving forward, the second one, date seed was 15 grams and sweet potato as well. The third variation, date seeds, was 20 grams and sweet potato as well. So rest all ingredients were the same. The preparation of raw materials, all the ingredients were sun-dried, baked, and sieved. Standardization of the chosen based on the sensory evaluation. This was the sensory evaluation result. 40 semi-trained panelists were given this NutriBar, and based on their findings, we found out that the variation 2 was highly accepted. Statistical analysis also was checked. It appears to be that the appearance, taste, aroma, and overall acceptability was good. Apart from that, only with the texture and color, variation 1 and variation 2 was slightly different. Nutrient analysis also of the NutriBar was checked, which proves that it is a high energy, high protein food that can be replaced as a snack option. Shelf life of this study of this NutriBar was also checked for 2 weeks. The microbial test also was done, which proves that it was within the acceptable limit. That is 10 raised to 4, the TPC count, and total yeast mole count was 10 raised to 2. The labeling and costing of this NutriBar was also done, which proves that after accumulation of all the ingredients, the total NutriBar would cost 34 rupees, which is acceptable with Indian population. The conclusion, I would like to conclude this by stating that...
Time up, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So I would like to conclude this by stating that high waste index ingredients are very much being utilized internationally, but in Indian population, it's very less. Like, for example, orange peel, watermelon seeds, all these things have been being used for making even cakes. So I have used it to make a nutritional NutriBar, which is high in energy, protein, and fiber. This can be given as a 1/4 of daily snack requirement. So I would like to end by stating what we consider waste today can become the nutrition of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Mispa, how do you align with your research finding to this main theme of the session or maybe conference?
Sir, can you repeat your question? Sorry.
How do you align with your research content or research whatever that you have done
Yes.
with the main theme of the international conference?
Right. So, sir, according to the brochure that we were given, there was an option of science. There was an option of science, and it was there. So I did ask them that, can I present it here? So they gave me an green signal to go for it. But mainly, so I just wanted to create an awareness saying that high waste ingredients, like for example, date seed, something that Indian populations usually ignore, right? We usually throw it, but it is something that contains a lot of nutrients. So I just wanted to create an awareness that we can also make a lot of things with the date seeds. In international research papers also, they have made cakes with the date seed. So in Indian population, it's very less. In Indian research articles, basically, it's not evidently available.
Your topic actually aligns with the globalized world. It aligns with the society.
Right.
That's the theme of the paper.
Right.
Anyway, thanks for the purpose.
Thank you, sir.
very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to request Ms. Smita, Professor Sandeep Kumar, and Dr. Mahesh Babu. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Smita from SDM College, and I thank my professor Sandeep Kumar from Banaras Hindu University and Dr. Mahesh Babu, SDM PG Center, Ujre. So my topic is mind wandering and emotional regulation strategies among young adults. Okay, so mind wandering refers to anything that is unrelated to the current task or the current stimuli. And research shows that 50% of the waking hours, mind wandering occurs. Emotional regulation refers to how an individual manages and handles their emotion. So it is mainly about, I have adopted the James Gross theory of emotion, which identifies two strategies, namely antecedent focused and response focused strategies. So I have used this where the selection of the emotion, sorry, the selection of the situation, the selection of and modification of the emotion, the shift of attention and evaluation fall under the cognitive reappraisal or the reappraisal part. That is the antecedent focused, and the response focused mainly focuses on modification of the emotion after the emotion is occurred. In the review of literature, we can see that attentional redirection reduces mind wandering. And the importance of the training of the emotions that have been thought, the thoughts mood, like if the thoughts are usually negative, then it leads to more worry and worry related mind wandering. And reappraisal is more adaptive and adaptive for emotional well-being in both of the strategies. And then negative mind wandering usually negative mind wandering usually precedes negative mood such as anxiety, sadness, or worry. So the objective of the study was to examine the relationship between mind wandering and emotional relation strategies, that is suppression and reappraisal. The hypothesis is there is no significant relationship between reappraisal and mind wandering. There is no significant relationship between suppression and mind wandering. The variables were reappraisal and suppression and mind wandering. The sample was purposive, and young adults from 18 to 24 years were taken. So the inclusion criteria referred to as the age between 18 to 24 and individuals enrolled in a full-time education program. And the exclusion criteria included individuals who don't fall under 18 to 24 and who are not enrolled in a full-time education program, and also individuals with diagnosis of any kind of psychological distress. So the questionnaires used were MWQ by Marquez and ERQ by John and Gross. So the result and discussion. In the normality test, we got a bell-shaped curve. So we went with parametric tests. So when it comes to mind wandering and reappraisal had a negative weak relationship, and mind wandering and suppression, PPT is a technical error. Okay. Mind wandering and suppression had a positive weak relationship. So when we did regression analysis, we can see that reappraisal shows a significant negative relationship with mind wandering, whereas suppression or emotional suppression shows a significant positive relationship. As suppression increases, mind wandering also increases. So the conclusion, we found that emotional regulation strategies are significantly related to mind wandering. And the findings suggest that emotional regulation strategies such as reappraisal are better and positively correlated with attentional regulation, whereas suppression might contribute to the increase of mind wandering. So the main purpose of studying emotions and cognitive area was mainly to see if we could increase the emotion training to reduce the mind wandering in the students, so that it might reduce the unnecessary mind wandering and increase the quality of the work. So the implications show promotion of reappraisal training, using more reappraisal than suppression with the emotional regulation, and integration of emotional regulation into attention training. So while training for attention related programs, inclusion of emotional regulation as well.
Time up, ma'am. Thank you.
So this is the limitations. Thank you.
Madam, how do you relate your topic, mind wandering, with stream of consciousness?
Okay.
Are you aware of the word stream of consciousness?
Yes.
Yeah. How do you relate that well?
So I think stream of consciousness is connecting to the current world and staying in the current environment, aware of the current environment, where mind wandering is closely related to that, but it is not similar. It is actually opposite. Mind wandering usually refers to something we are not focusing on the task. So it is the opposite of stream of consciousness.
Probably you're true. There is a good book called Ulysses, about 1,000 pages. It is written on the stream of consciousness only.
Oh.
You could find out, you could relate to those things.
Yes.
Anyway, thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I would like to request Meghana N.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Meghna, Assistant Professor, Bishop Cotton Women Christian College. Today, I'll be presenting on the topic evaluation of antioxidant potential in egg replacer incorporated multigrain cake premix under the guidance of Dr. Prabhavati S.N., Associate Professor, Yenepoya University, Bengaluru. So to begin with my topic, I would like to give a brief introduction about my topic. So there's an increase in demand for health-oriented foods, which has given a drastic shift in bakery industry, leaning slightly towards the functional food products. So my product is a premix. A premix is nothing but a ready-to-use, already a standardized cake premix, which is easy to use, convenience, and time efficient, which holds good for both household as well as commercial use. This cake premix is a blend of flours, which is whole wheat flour and millets like little millet and brown top millet, which serves the purpose of providing antioxidant properties, which offers benefits like overall health improving and preventing non-communicable disease such as cancer and diabetes. In order to like providing antioxidant and functional foods, it also helps in combating malnutrition, as whole grains and millets are rich and dense in nutrients such as carbohydrates and proteins. So, coming to the objective of the study, first one, to optimize egg replacer incorporated multigrain cake premix. And second objective is to determine the antioxidant potential that is present in our cake premix. So these are the different trial runs that was conducted in order to formulate my product. There are a total of 46 trials, and each trial was sensory evaluated by 35 semi-trained panelist members, out of which we have come up with a formulation of control and experimental variations. So in control, we have refined flour, sugar powder, milk powder, baking soda, and vanilla essence in respective measures. Whereas in experimental, I've replaced refined flour, that is maida, with whole wheat flour, brown top millet, and little millet with respective measures. And until further use, these mixture is stored in an airtight package. So, how to obtain a cake using this premix is the control and experimental, respectively, are mixed with water. Control consumed 80 ml of water, whereas experimental consumed 100 ml of water. This was because of the incorporation of whole wheat flour and millets, which is rich in fiber and it consumes more water. And it was baked for 40 minutes in 180 degrees Celsius, and it was sensory evaluated by 35 panelists, semi-trained panelist members. So this was appearance of crust of control cake and the experimental cake.
Global knowledge.
I have done 4 different types of analysis in order to understand the antioxidant properties of millets and whole wheat flour. First one, total phenolic content. This is nothing but a secondary metabolite which is naturally present in plants. So this has a potential antioxidant property, meaning it can stop or prevent the oxidation chain reaction. So from the table, you can understand experimental variation has more total phenolic content than the control variation. Similarly, in our next analysis, that is total antioxidant activity. Here also we can see experimental variation contains more antioxidant property when compared to control variations. So the higher the antioxidant property, the better is the free radical scavenging capacity. Free radical scavenging capacity meaning it will scavenge or it will neutralize the free radicals that is produced in our body. The more free radicals are present, it's bad for health as it damages the cells and DNA structures. Third one is total flavonoid content. Flavonoids are nothing but the classes of polyphenolic compounds. Again, these are also recognized to have antioxidant properties and mitigating oxidative stress. Again, it stops the oxidative chain reaction. Again, in this table, as we can see, experimental variations is almost double or even more than the control variation. And my last analysis was free radical scavenging activity. Here also, as the table suggests, experimental variation has more free radical scavenging capacity than the control. Again, it neutralizes free radicals, causing less oxidative damage to our body. If there is more oxidative stress in our body, it can cause to in the development of cancerous cells in future on a longer
Time
run.
up, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So by this results, I would like to conclude my topic saying that this experimental cake premix that we mentioned has a superior functional properties and without compromising technological performance of our ultimate product, that is cake. And then using this underutilized millets like brown top millet and little millet gives sustainability in our daily life. So we have to start using these underutilized millets in order to keep ourselves healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam, I appreciate your time constraint.
Yes, sir.
That you have taken within a limited time you have presented.
Yes, sir.
And I also appreciate your articulation of the content that you have presented here.
Yes, sir.
Well, what is the main objective of your study?
So my main objective of study was comparing control and experimental cake premix, how better it is if we incorporate whole wheat flour and other millets instead of maida. A little improvising my basic cake recipe. Because cake is something that all age groups would enjoy, starting from children to elderly. So making a little better could be a better option. Also, I've used egg replacer, so that can be a option for a vegetarian or vegan consumers, which is a trending concept right now.
You want to replace maida with?
Whole wheat flour and millets, brown top millet and little millet in this study, in my study.
Okay, okay. With respect to Karnataka,
Yes, sir.
Replacing maida
Yes, sir.
will be economical or uneconomical?
So millets.
I hope you are from Karnataka.
Yes, sir, I am.
Yeah. How do you assess?
Sir, here, very commonly used millet is ragi, finger millet. So people, when we say millet, they obviously say that, they automatically say that, yeah, we use ragi. That's not a strange thing. So do we know other underutilized millets? I don't think so. So if we have to concentrate, if we have to incline more on health, we have to compromise, sometimes tend to compromise on cost as well as a little bit of taste, I feel. So that would be my answer also.
Probably maida is not produced in Karnataka.
Maida, sir?
Is not much produced in Karnataka.
Yes, sir.
Much produced. Whereas millets and those things are
very much produced.
Very much produced.
Yes. Maida.
In that sense, it's economical.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Anyway, thanks for your presentation. Thank you
you,
very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Nandita R. Once again, Ms. Nandita R. Over to you, ma'am.
Guys, पानी नहीं आया है. Where is my
Respected
phone?
delegates and fellow scholars, I am Nandita R, Assistant Professor of Economics at B.M.S College for Women. Today I am presenting my paper titled Decentralized Climate Action in India, State Climate Solution in National Climate Governance, with special reference to solar energy and electric mobility. Climate change represents intensifying environmental, economic, and social challenges, particularly for developing countries like India, where climate vulnerabilities intersect with pressing developing priorities. India has made
made ambitious climate commitments. However, achieving these targets depends not only on national level policy design, but also on how effectively these policies are implemented at the grassroots level. The paper argues that community-based climate solutions serve as a bridge between national commitments and local actions. The central argument of this study is that community-based climate solutions integrate three important dimensions, that is climate mitigation and climate adaptation and resilience livelihood generation. India's renewable and electric vehicle transition shows a gradual shift from centralized governance towards decentralized and participatory models. However, scaling these initiatives requires institutional coordination, decentralized finance, and sustained local capacity building. Without this decentralization, that is participation from the community level, remains incomplete. Next thing is why community-based solution matters. Community-based climate solutions are most important because they enhances local ownerships and accountability and enhancing transparency. They improve resilience while generating livelihood for the people. They provide context-specific solution suited to rural and peri-urban realities, and they strengthen grassroots governance institutions such as panchayat, cooperative institutions, and self-help groups. Thus, community-based climate solutions represent governance innovations, not just technological expansion. Next thing, I would like to talk about the methodology and the research design that has been utilized in this study. The study adopts qualitative research design based entirely on the secondary data analysis due to time constraint. It examines policy documents, government's reports, international climate frameworks, and peer-reviewed academic literature. The focus is on analyzing how decentralized interventions in solar energy and electric mobility contribute to climate mitigation, adaptation, and sustainable development within India's governance framework. And coming to the secondary data collection, I have relied mostly upon the secondary sources, that is majorly the government reports and policy documents such as the publications of the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy and reports and schemes guidelines from the Ministry of Heavy Industries and the India's nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, so under UNFCCC, and certain international reports like climate assessment reports published under the Paris Agreement framework and reports from multilateral institutions such as UN and World and UN agencies and academic literatures. Next thing is about the India solar transition, its scale and community impact. The India solar energy transitions can be analyzed by its expansions at multiple levels. Majorly, the government schemes can be analyzed, such as a rooftop solar initiative, that is Pradhan Mantri Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, which is aims to reduce household electricity cost and promote distributed energy generation. And second is utility scale solar parks, which generates large scale capacity and regional development. And another most important scheme is PM Kusum, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Urja Suraksha Evam Uttan Mahabhiyan, which aims to reduce, which enables farmers to reduce diesel dependency. And to conclude, I would say that so these are the policy gaps and systematic constraint, the policy gaps which has been observed, and recommendations for the policies. And these are many recommendations. And finally, policy implications and conclusion or way ahead. I would like to
tell that the community-based climate solution, they not only turn national commitments into local action, delivering mitigation, adaptation, and social benefits, but their importance is crucial in order to achieve sustainable development and to have India has set to achieve the zero carbon emission targets by 2070. So these initiatives, especially at the grassroots level, definitely enable India achieving the carbon targets and renewable energy as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nandita madam, we can understand that you have a lot of things to share with us. But one thing I want to know, there is a crisis where we are facing the power crisis, something like that. Maybe ideal power, whatever the power, solar power. And apart from that, there is another crisis, maybe petrol products. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. In that scenario, how do you justify the dependence on solar?
Says India, especially while talking about India, India is a tropical country, the country where it's received maximum solar power, and renewable energies are the free gifts of nature. Though renewable energy, that is installation and its capacity utilization requires a lot of cost and capacity building, but still with time and modern technology adaptation and government initiatives, it would be able to India would be able to get the that will utilize this solar energy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Now I request our session chair, Dr. Venkataramu BR, for the closing remarks. Over to you, sir.
Láìfù níwáàtí orúkọ mi wà bẹ́ẹ̀ náà kí tó ṣe ṣé mo mú ìtàn àbí mo fẹ́ máa gbọ́.
Ẹ fẹ́ máa gbọ́. Wọ́n mi mọ́ wọn fún un. Tọmọwọ́ ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ń sùn lọ.
Ṣé ọ̀rọ̀ mi?
Ọba ìjẹ́gbọ̀dọ̀. Nígbà tí mo wọ̀ ẹ mọ̀ pé
Next, I would like to request Mr. Ramesh G. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for the opportunity. My topic is the decentralization in India, democratization of grassroots participation, its methods and challenges. This research paper examines the decentralization in India as a transformative process of democratic deepening rather than just administrative restructuring.
Yeah. Sir, can you please go to the title slide? Title slide. Thank you.
So how to deepening the democratic methods? That is my core theme in this paper. It is because in India, more the administrative involved more than the people participation. And this decentralization means there are three aspects. One is the political decentralization, the other one is administrative decentralization, and the third one is fiscal decentralization. This is the concept of decentralization. When I say political decentralization, it is the transfer of decision-making power and authority from central government to local government. This is not come just after the independence. You know the history of India. There are a number of committees were put up to study the basic grassroots participation in India, particularly the Balwant Rai Mehta Committee, Ashok Committee, and there are a number of committees. After 1991, it has been implemented in India, and this is what we call the political decentralization. Of course, there is again one more thing, sir, that is administrative decentralization, and it is concerned with the improving the efficiency, effectiveness, and responsiveness of the public services delivery by bringing management closer to the local level. So the political decentralization, the sharing power from central government to local bodies, and when I say administrative decentralization, it is the power governed by the administrative officers, not the elected officers, but the administrative officers. Then there's another meaning of decentralization, and very important one is that is fiscal decentralization. You know, there is a vertical devolution and the horizontal devolution. That is, when I say vertical devolution, these money or the power share bit from the center to state, particularly when it comes to the finance, there are 41% of the finance share from center to state. Then when I say horizontal evolution, it is said from state to state. The finance being shared to state. Let me go back to this one. My objectives of this paper. I have three basic objectives. The first one is to conceptualize the decentralization as a democratic deepening, to examine the decentralization not merely as an administrative reforms, but as a process of democratic consolidation, to analyze theoretical foundation provided by thinkers such as the Rousseau and Tocqueville and the recent American scholar called Carol Patterman. How do they analyze this local participation, not from the Indian point of view, but globally, how the local participate more into the democracy. And theoretically, I borrowed their knowledge. Then to examine the constitutional and institutional framework, you know, in India, the decentralized come up with after the 73rd and 74th Amendment to the Constitution in the year 1993, particularly the PRI, that is Panchayat Raj Institution, and the local urban bodies, they brought to the Constitution of India. Then to analyze the grassroots participation and the social inclusion. When it comes to the participation, you know, there are the marginalized section, particularly women, and the Dalits are actually not able to participate more as we see even today. Then how this democracy can be reached the grassroots level. Number one, reducing the democratic deficit. This is one of my major contribution to the paper. So this means when I say the democratic deficit, the decision making shall be kept in the hands of elected bodies rather than the unelected bodies. Particularly in the village side, we have the Panchayat development officers, where they involve more than the public elected bodies. Like we have this Sarpanch or the members of the village panchayat, where they have very less role rather than the bureaucrats. That's what we see in India. The bureaucrats are more controlling the body rather than this one. Then the bringing governance closer to
Time up,
citizens,
sir.
particularly, yes, ma'am. Particularly, we have a number of schemes like Manrega, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, and Jal Jeevan Mission. So these are actually very close to people. Then I would like to say that there is a one interesting scenario in what we call Kerala model. Now the India is showing Kerala negatively, a Kerala story, but it's actually it is not. Kerala is something very model, very role model to every each state today. So they had brought this one plan called People's Plan campaign. In that, so they actually started the mass mobilization. People participated and built a local capacity before the formal plan was finalized. Before Panchayat finalize any plan, the peoples of that particular Panchayat villages will involve more. That is a beauty of the Kerala. And the state government also developed 35% to 40% of the development budget directly to the local bodies. And moreover, there are 1 lakh people voluntarily involved to educate people of the village panchayats, experts and retired officials to form the volunteer technical group. And so they actually reached more democratic to the people of Kerala. There's theoretical aspects. I did not to deal with this about Russo, Takaveli, all this. And finally, I conclude that the decentralization has strengthened democratic participation and civic awareness, but requires deeper fiscal devolution, administrative reforms, and social transformation to achieve its fullest democratic potential. So still it is not happened. That is how the India's decentralization is coming. So more it is central control. Financially, they have to give freedom to the local bodies, and that is how the one of the things in my paper. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ramesh, sir.
Yes, sir.
Will you, maybe by your point of view of democratization and maybe decentralization, what is your message to Indian society?
It is not when it comes to participation, we Indians believe that to just cast vote and that is the biggest participation. Yes, that is definitely one of the greatest participation. But how Americans see, particularly when the research scholar called Carol Patterman, she believed that educative is important. Just not just participative, but educative also. You educate people to more participate. Inclusion is very important. The society, the state governance shall include every citizens in the country. That's a very important rather than just to vote. So we have to involve in budget making and question the authorities when they misuse the fund, when they go against of the morals, the constitution. So people have the right to question. It is not just only voting day, they just go and vote. Every time they need to question. So that is how my point of view, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you, sir.
Before we move to the final discussion, I want to confirm that we have heard from all the participants. Yes, is there anyone else? Okay. With the final presentation concluded, I would like to thank to all our speakers for their excellent contribution to session 1. Now I request the session chair, Dr. Venkatababu BR, for the closing remarks.
Good evening, one and all. Maybe after listening to the marathon paper presentations, one should be tired, I believe. There may not be chance for listening to the jury's words. Well, it is my duty to convey some of the things that I found during the presentations. Out of the total, about 13 presentations we have seen. Out of 13 presentations, maybe let me tell you, I could not find a single paper which I have to mark needs improvement. That I cannot, such kind of paper I did not find in this session. And there is another column, good. I even did not find a single paper where I can label it as good. Don't feel bad that no other papers are there. There are papers, of course. There are papers beyond these parameters. There are many papers which I have marked as very good. There are papers which I have marked excellent. There are papers which I have marked outstanding. So I felt very happy to listen to the presentations. As a matter of fact, there are only 2 presentators who could receive the best paper presentation award. Maybe randomly, just still where the process is on, 2 people will get. For this session, the international standards are set to grade the person's presentations. The standards set are how far your presentation relevant to the conference theme. If you deviate the theme, maybe we don't find it comfortable to award the marks. Apart from that, we also judge the originality and innovation in your research. Further, your research should have some design, should have some methodology. We have not come here to listen to the stories, or we have not come here to read like a newspaper. That should have some methodology. We assessed the papers based on the methodology. We also assessed the papers based on the literature review, how much of books, how much of literature that you have reviewed as of now to come to this kind of framework. Apart from this, we also judge what kind of data analysis has taken place in your research. And interpretation is also considered. Maybe most of the papers which have a lot of depth, in-depth knowledge, you have presented. And there is a kind of clarity of presentation. I'm very happy when the youngsters who came forward, they have put in a lot of effort. I want to appreciate the youngsters, particularly the scholars, students. They have done a wonderful work. Awesome presentations. Maybe we people, the Buddhas, I don't know how much we are energetic to present the things in a systematic way. Of course, they have their own standard, no doubt in it. I want to appreciate the youngsters. They should come forward in this kind of research activities. I appreciate and just I pointed out how best they have done. And some of the people, particularly the youngsters, I want to mention those people, the visual presentation was so wonderful, so awesome their presentation was. They have utilized the AI and maybe modern technology in such a way that they could bend as much as they require. Not over presentation, of course. They presented all these things. Maybe based on all these parameters, your papers have been graded. Of course, whenever you go for next presentation, keeping in mind that your papers will be graded in such a way. And I'm sure this B.M.S college has given a platform for the ICERT institution, international level institution, to perform this kind of wonderful event. And I myself thank the organizers, particularly Monisha Madam, Jayashree Madam, for having given this opportunity for people of Bengaluru, or maybe who come outside Bengaluru, to have this kind of, maybe a kind of cozy atmosphere, homely atmosphere to present the things here. Once again, I appreciate all the participants. You have done a good job. Thank you very much. Goodbye. May God bless you. Thank you very much.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
As we come to the end of technical session 1, I take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to our chair, Dr. Venkataramu B.R. Sir, for presiding over the session and for his valuable guidance. Thank you, sir. My sincere thanks to our moderator, Dr. Megha L.M., for effectively coordinating and guiding the session. Thank you, ma'am. I also thank Ms. Ramya P., the rapporteur of the session, for carefully documenting the proceedings. Thank you, ma'am. Finally, I would like to thank all the participants for their insightful presentation and active participation, which made the session engaging and meaningful. Thank you all.